Welcome everyone to the second day of the Prague International Chess Festival. This is Sagar Shah and I have with me the wonderful
Amruta Mokal.
Hello Amruta, how are you?
I'm good, Sagar. Yesterday, first day was super exciting. We had 3 decisive games in the Masters section. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I think it was a very exciting day. All those who say classical chess is dull, boring, will definitely not find that kind of chess at Prague because the players here are extremely ambitious, young, talented, out there for the throat, some looking for practice for the candidates, some looking to gain ratings, some looking to win this tournament. This is going to be fun. Amruta, let's have a look at today's pairings. Who is taking on whom? There is a very big clash between two leaders of yesterday who won. Parham Maksudlu takes on Pragnananda.
Oh,
and
yes.
I think this is the game which we all are actually very excited for. And by the way, these are the boards. Already the action has begun. Today is a very busy day in Prague because we have the open section starting and we have 3 streamers who have come here who are streaming. That's the Botes sisters, Andrea and Alexandra, and also Dina Belenkaya. So lot of streams going out from here. Also we have a Czech commentary in the joining room. This is the English one.
Yeah, and I believe that Vishy Anand was there as well to autograph signing and to inaugurate maybe the first round.
Yes, he actually made the first move on the board of Pragnananda and Maksudlu. So this was really nice. Our viewers got to see it.
And Sagar, right now in this 5 boards, we can see 3 games have begun with E4. Isn't that awesome?
Yes. But we are going to start off with the game which started
D4.
off with D4. Let's go to the game of Pragnananda and Maksudlu, the 2 leaders of yesterday. Prague is playing with the black pieces. Maksudlu has white, and the game started off with the move D4. Amruta, that was what was played here. And we'll get the board and the players cam in a bit. What you can see on your screen right now is Vincent Keimer taking on the local hero David Navarra. This is going to be exciting because Vincent lost yesterday. He started this tournament with 2 black games because yesterday also he was black.
Oh, double black. Now that's not an easy task, especially when you've lost the first game.
Absolutely not at all easy. And there we have it, the chessboard here. D4 by Parham. Amruta, Prague responds back with knight to f6, and then comes the move bishop f4. Now this is known as the, we can ask our viewers. Guys,
which place is it?
Yes, we are in Prague, but this is the London. The London system is on the board with bishop f4. And Amruta, this already shows Parham's willingness to get a fighting position.
I completely agree. He's always in a rash mood, whereas Prague is calm. So let's see, what do you expect from the game today, Zagar?
I expect a big fight. And you know, as I always love to see Parham's games because you know there is never a dull moment. And that being said, Pragnananda, as you rightly pointed out, is a more solid player who likes to be correct. And so this will be a clash of styles.
Yes, and Sagar, they both have played number of times. They played
really?
a lot of online
what
games.
Has been their,
it has been a mixed result kind of thing. Exact statistics I don't have, but it's very mixed. And I think first time they played maybe in World Juniors, if I'm not wrong. But that's the point. They played many times.
Many games between them. And right now, Prague goes for the symmetrical line with d5, very solid. E3 played here by Maksudlu. With this, he opens up his bishop, and then maybe he keeps the option open of putting the knight on c3, d2. He keeps it open. So, very flexible system. Bishop now develops to f5. He puts a bishop on a good square. And you know, Amruta, this is something for all our viewers to know. The moment this bishop comes out and the moment that happens in d4 openings, something has become slightly weak. What is it?
That's a good question to the chat. Guys, do think. It doesn't matter if we don't tell you if you are right or not. You will get to know that anyway.
Yes, but what is it, Amruta? If you can answer it for me.
Yes, Sagar, B7 point. It's that pawn, the poison pawn. Many times we call that.
Exactly, the b7 pawn is weak, and that's exactly what Parham went for. He played the move c4, and now his idea is to bring the queen here and to attack this pawn.
Oh, already.
Yes.
But then let's see where it goes. By the way, in this position with c4, already games have been played by Caruana, So Wesley, Kamsky, Nihal, Nakamura. Okay,
many top players. So it's a very famous line. E6 was played by Prague. So Prague moves his e-pawn, opens up his bishop, and immediately Maksudlu goes and attacks here. Now, look at Prague. Prague is thinking. He's like, you know, I can defend it calmly with queen c8. I can do that. But deep within, he wants to go for a tactical idea, Amruta. More fighting.
More fighting, tactical. Sagar, I don't want to fight with you right now. I'm in no mood to fight for sure.
He will do it. He will do it, Amruta. He will play this move.
He should do it, Sagar. He should.
Please tell me, what is that move according to you that actually is a very powerful one here for black?
The first thought is knight c6,
Oh.
queen b7, knight b4.
Guys, this is a very aggressive player here. She can see it exactly what the problem is with the bishop standing here, this point, and with the knight coming in here, this can get really weak.
Exactly. Sagar, as we say that when you gain something, you lose. Sorry, when you lose something, you gain something. So like we...
Oh yeah, of course, when you gain something, you lose something also.
Yeah, but it's better to put it the other way. It just feels more positive. So for the b7 point, which became weak, c2 was another point which was under some pressure.
Yes, exactly. And so the knight jumps in here and now wants to give a check. So the white move is knight a3, stopping knight c2 check. Now I do this and I'm a pawn up as white, right?
Yes.
And my queen is very well placed, but that queen can also get trapped. But remember, the bishop is attacking this pawn, so I cannot trap it so easily.
That's true. That queen is like, you know, in the forest. It's in a beautiful villa there, but it can get trapped. Like it can get at some point very lonely.
Yes.
Yeah. So that
And
we'll see.
also,
Or
yeah,
it will enjoy.
it's a high maintenance villa there, because then you know you have to go and keep it clean and so on. But look at this idea now. Rook comes here, and Amrita, you're going to love this, because I simply take this pawn, and here white is clearly better. So the question does remain that after here, what is the move that can be played which gives black an advantage? And it's not at all easy, and that is the reason why Prague has been thinking for 6 minutes.
I love the question. Completely love it. I would start calculating with c5, knight b5, knight c2 check, because...
Yes, but Amrita,
then
also c5, you have to be careful of pawn takes pawn and then the bishop jumping in to give you a check.
So you know what I would do is I'll calculate c5, knight b5, and later I'll come to cd5 and I will say, okay, it doesn't work, discard.
Yes.
Now a new move, new candidate move.
But here's the amazing move, Amrita, and you
Knight d3 check. Bishop d3.
Yes, but knight d3. I mean, the thing is, here I can just
the thing is, I just got too excited for no reason.
Yeah, and the problem is now I
Queen
give you
c7,
a
bishop
check.
b4. That's what I thought, but...
Yeah, this is a very irritating check to you. So this is not working out. So then the question is, what do you do here? And maybe...
Sir, can I try a final attempt instead of knight d3? Because sometimes it's very irritating for a chess player to not be able to find that, you know.
Please try it out and please tell me what are your thoughts.
Another move, it comes to my mind, you will call me crazy, and I believe it can't be a good move. G5, bishop c7.
G5,
queen c8.
This is too
queen
much,
c8,
Amrita.
rook
This is
c8.
too much. This is too much.
Yeah, so I am crazy.
We have few viewers here,
let's just
and here is our question to you. If you want to try it, what is the move that black should play here? Pragnananda's game hasn't.
Oh, they are not able to see.
There's no TV here. We'll call our producers to get the TV working for our viewers.
Oh,
sorry
for that. Yeah.
We can watch it here, but it will soon be there as well. But this position, Amruta, the right move is to take the pawn, and then if the bishop takes this pawn, then there is a very, very big move which gives black a winning advantage. And
Knight
that
d5,
is
yeah? Knight b d5.
bishop e4.
Okay, you had to be very, very tactically alert there. I like it. I think this whole thing is not very easy. D takes c4, especially when there were so many natural possibilities to consider. But I bet for Prague, firstly, I bet that he is at least prepared in this at this moment. And then he's trying to just, think which one to choose.
Yes, and that is the reason why we are right now on this position, and Pragnananda has to make a very, very big decision whether to go for the tactical move, which is knight c6, or play the more positional queen c8. But I believe Prague has never shied away from a fight, and today as well he wouldn't do so. We are waiting, and actually it's very rare to see Pragnananda be low on time, than his opponent in the opening. He's generally very well prepared, so kudos to Parham Maksudlu for getting him out of his comfort zone, making him sort of think here. And by the way, Prague is wearing his jacket, which has now the words written Adani. Yes, and we all know that Adani is one of the biggest conglomerates in India. It has like multiple companies under its umbrella, and it decided to support Prague. And that is actually huge, because somewhere in India you will see that big companies are coming in to support chess. We have the Mahindra Group, which is doing the Global Chess League. Now the Adani Group, which is supporting Prague. Tata Steel always has been happening for years in Vaikanze, and now in Kolkata since 5 years, the Rapid and Blitz. So all the big companies there, yeah?
Amazing, Sagar, amazing.
Yeah.
One of the favorite companies I would say, which is in chess, which on a global scale I would say is Puma. It supports Magnus, and it's something which we use kind of a lot.
You gave a very good idea actually, that in just like Puma supported Champions Chess Tour and some events, this event in Prague can be supported by Bata.
That's
the
very good
brand
idea.
which actually is very popular in India, the shoes brand, but it actually originated in Czech Republic, and we had no clue about that.
Yeah, we were so shocked to hear that from Peter when we came here, and
Yeah.
we went to their showroom, and it would be really a nice thing if at all Bata is able to support the Czech chess.
Let's see if that happens.
Then there will be Bata
we
versus
hope,
Puma.
we hope next year when we come here, that's what's going to happen. By the way, Pragnananda is about to make his move. He is thinking about what he should be playing. Should he go knight c6? Amruta, I am going to have a ball today if knight c6 happens, because then into really messy positions.
I know, and you know what, Sagar, Tabatabai has played that with the black pieces few years ago, but he's beaten his opponent 2300, and not many top players I find that they've played this move. In fact, knight c6, it looks very risky.
Yes, and by the way, are you able to see now? Ah, wonderful, great. So now people can see the board, Amruta. If we have any questions, they can answer it, which is wonderful.
My task is easier now.
So let's go to another board, or should we stick here? Because we can now.
No, maybe we can. Wait, he does play knight d7.
Oh, Prague goes for a more sort of measured approach. He puts his knight on d7 and he asks Parham, do you want to come and snatch the pawn there?
And Sagar, Caruana has played this with So Wesley
Oh.
in St. Louis Blitz event.
Wow. Okay. So
In
now,
fact, he has beaten So Wesley.
now if I take this pawn, this is actually a big mistake. And believe it or not, actually it looks like a free pawn. But imagine that I hit your queen, and then you take this pawn again because you're supported by the bishop. I take here, you take here, and now I simply chop this pawn, and guess what? This knight is being attacked brutally here.
Ooh, I just forgot about that because I was thinking, oh, c5 and white is a pawn up.
Yes, but the
that's a
knight is
blunder.
hanging, so you save your knight.
But then bishop b4.
Exactly, you go bishop b4. I defend here with my knight here, and now maybe we can ask our viewers
Yes.
here, what would
Good.
you play as black? How do you put more pressure?
Hey, no worry.
You can guess your moves, you can shout it out here, no one can see you, only your voice. So what is the move that black can play here? There is lot of pressure, the rook looking here, the bishop looking here. A brilliant job, that is a fantastic move. The knight jumps in. There is more pressure here, and I think for white the only way is rook d1, but look at the way in which he's completely tied up. So I think Prague can win in multiple ways. One of them is just simply attacking this knight, and then this one falls. So
I mean, if we are on this position, of course, Maksudlu is not at all going to
no.
this
We have the
happen.
little board
So
on the
black-
right, here, which is the live board. So people know what is the live position. We were just analyzing if Maksudlu goes greedy and snatches this pawn, that would be a terrible idea here. Okay, so then Maksudlu might just develop his knight to c3, and this is what he might do. But I love the fact how yesterday Prague blitzes out 24 moves in the opening, and today he and his opponents are thinking from move number 5. So that's the beauty of chess. One day you are very well prepared, the next day you are completely thinking from scratch. Let's go to the next game. Amruta, which one would you like to see? Should we look at
I think we looked at, out of 3 winners of yesterday, we looked at 2 of them, so the third one.
We think alike. I like it. Let's go to the
What's
game.
What's going to
of,
happen after
oh,
15
up
years,
to,
Sagar? What else do you expect?
You mean 15 years later, or now that we are living together for 15 years? Okay. So we think alike. So with it, playing with white today, double white for him. He was white with David Navara yesterday. Today also he is white.
Oh, and I did meet David, by the way, today, and he did greet me with a namaste. It was very nice.
You should learn, Amruta, what to say like namaste
in
in Czech. Yeah.
Yes, maybe the chat will help me,
yeah,
and after
we
15
can ask
minutes
our
I
viewers.
will read.
Do you know how to greet? Yes, what do you say? Dobry? Dobry den. Yes, so
Dobry
Amruta,
den.
next time when you meet David Navara,
I
if he
will.
says namaste to you, you should say Dobry den.
Okay,
That
I would.
would
I
be-
don't think you're pronouncing it perfectly, but I will learn it.
But you know, I know it because once I made the payment with my credit card on that machine, it did say to me Dobry den. So I think it's also
Spelling might be correct.
It's also thank you. Perhaps it's used for that. Yes.
Nice.
Okay, e4 by Vidit. Here Nodirbek responds with the very solid e5. And by the way, if we can have Vidit and Nodirbek on our screen, that would be wonderful. Their video. Vidit, Amruta, if we can just have a look at the statistics, I believe has beaten Nodirbek several times, at least in my memory. I remember the World Rapid 2022, even in this World Rapid, he managed to beat him. I think overall, Vidit has had a huge plus score against Nodirbek. So today, Nodirbek is out there to sort of settle the scores, maybe get one win into the bag, or at least play a very solid game. But you can see Vidit is very smart with his opening choice against a player like Nodirbek.
Yeah, the last game they played in Tata Steel this year, Vidit beat Nodirbek.
Yes, exactly, in Tata Steel. But even before that, didn't he win a world?
Yes, in Asian Games, Vidit
Games as
also
well.
beat over there.
Yes.
And before that, in Tata Steel India Blitz, Vidit lost in that Blitz game. But in the Rapid game, he beat Abdul Sattarov. And then there was this Armageddon where he again lost. So it is a bit of mixed results.
But you know,
Sagar.
Amruta, in the classical games, Vidit has been scoring the wins, like Tata Steel, in Asian Games.
Yes.
And so I have just my general feeling is that he has a plus score against him. And you can see Nodirbek goes for knight f6, the Petrov.
Oh
Today.
yeah, and in the Tata Steel, let's not forget that Vidit had gone with the Catalan where he played the g3, bishop g2, and Nodirbek
yes.
in the opening after opening and made a terrible move in that sense. I think that was the last day, I believe.
This was what Vidit started in Tata Steel. But
Yes,
today,
he
he
starts
goes
with-
E4, E5, E4. And then, when he goes for the Petrov, Vidit says, I don't want to go for drawish lines. And he goes for knight C3. Now we have the 4 knights on the board. And Vidit brings his bishop out to B5. I remember that this is the opening Vidit played against Jordan van Foreest as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, but wait a second. I'm just checking if they have played this
to remove
before.
this.
No, I know, but I was thinking
Ah.
that if they've played that before.
So
well,
knight comes
anyway.
in. Now, here's my question to our viewers here. What if white simply snatches the pawn? Why is this a bad move? Because, you know, black has come in with the knight, wants to actually take this bishop, but this bishop is protected. So why don't we simply snatch this pawn? What would be a good move for black here? And this is a very nice little move to play, and it's a very typical idea in this opening. When you have a knight here and a pawn here, the easiest way to win back material is, yes, beautiful. So what's your name? Carol. Carol here, queen e7, fantastic. This is the correct move, hitting the knight and the pawn. And if the knight now retreats back, then I can at the very least capture this, take and snatch this pawn with a check. And I'm back, equal material. Black is doing fantastically well. Okay, so clearly Vidit cannot snatch the pawn, so he went back, bishop c4. And now he played bishop c5, but this is playing with fire, because now Vidit said thank you so much for the pawn. And not only that, he's attacking now the f7 point. So Nodirbek now played queen e7, and this is insane chess. I think, Amruta, am I right that Jordan versus Vidit happened this way?
Absolutely right.
Yes, but
And that was this Tata Steel.
But
in
reversed
January.
colours.
Exactly, with it was black.
yes. And if I'm not mistaken, Amruta, I was already, maybe I was commentating from Vadodara at that point. No, this game, I think so. I was already there.
What's the
No,
date?
no,
I
maybe
don't know
not.
the date.
Maybe not.
I
was
don't
still at
remember the
home.
date.
Yeah, so queen e7, and now if you go and take this pawn on f7, this is a big mistake. It's an error, and maybe you guys want to think, what is the best move for black here? Because look, I'm actually going after you. I'm going after your rook. And if you move your rook, then you're going to lose time, material, like rook f8. I can at least castle here. But there is a very, very good move that black has. And this is how you play openings. You kind of hit your opponent, and maybe black to move. What is the move here that black can play? A strong move. You can all try it out whenever you feel like it. Just shout out the move. You feel like we had Carol who gave a lot of answers, but just feel free to be wrong. And I think we'll have a nice time, because there's so many games happening here. We can enjoy a lot of positions. So knight f7, if taken, would not be a good decision, because black has a very strong move here, which is d5. And with this, I block your bishop. Your bishop now, pawn cannot take because it's pinned. So you take, let's say, with the bishop, then now I simply can take knight takes, and it's already, this knight is falling.
But what if instead of bishop d5 you take on h8?
Yes,
and
you can
win
do
the
that,
rook?
but that knight is trapped forever, and I take your bishop, so I will get 2 pieces for a rook at the very least. So clearly you can't take with the knight, but then the question comes, can I take with the bishop? But then I simply move my king away, and now you have double trouble, because your knight is hanging, and if your knight moves, your bishop hangs.
Yeah, you lose material. So knight f7 or bishop f7 is a mistake.
You cannot do it. So Vidit calmly goes back with his knight, and now Vidit is hoping that Nodirbek comes in and snatches this pawn. Because if he does that, then Vidit will simply castle, and at the end of everything, this rook is coming in here and creating this havoc on the e file. Okay, so Nodirbek does not do it. What does Nodirbek do here? you know the kind of player he is. Always goes for aggressiveness, counter-attacking chess. What should black play here? Just, you have to get your pieces out and you have to make use that the king is still in the center.
It's on the board. The move is...
He already played it. The move is d5. Fantastic. Just hitting in the center. Okay. So Vidit, of course, very well prepared. He goes now, bishop takes d5. So he takes with the bishop. Knight takes, and here I don't know why after Vidit's next move Nodirbek has been in deep thought here, because he takes here. Oh, he just takes now. He takes the knight. Knight takes c3.
Actually, did he go knight d5? Because the main move is bishop g4.
Oh, really? So instead of taking this bishop, the main move is to pin here, right?
Yes, bishop g4.
Yes, that's exactly what Vidit did against Jordan Van Forest, right?
I guess so. No, I'm not sure. I don't think Vidit played that with the black pieces.
Maybe, I believe that this is how you generally play, but Nodirbek's knight takes d5 is not the most common move.
Yeah, exactly. Very few games.
So then he takes here, and now if you take with the bishop here, then knight takes d5 happens, and if you take the pawn, my knight could come back here to e3, or I can even play queen up and trade. So that's the reason why he played the move knight takes knight here. After knight takes knight has happened, and Vidit is now thinking.
But you know what? After knight d4, if there are a few games, not a single game black has won.
Oh.
It's all the games white has won and just one.
But not with strong players, right?
Yeah, but Sandipan Chanda 2600, he was white. He's played that against 2366. Then we have another 2500. So the result, practically, it is way easier for white to play this position.
Okay, so guys, what would you take back with? Would you take with your B pawn or D pawn? Because it's a very genuine question here, and that is what Vidit is thinking. Vidit is like, should I take and, break this rule that always capture towards the center and open up my bishop? Or should I take here, kind of bring one more pawn, open the B file? What would you prefer? Not so simple though. Also, remember that white is 2 pawns up, Amruta. But he will lose one of the pawns. So the question...
But I do think here it is more logical to play, one of the takes. I don't know what the guys
Amruta,
are thinking here.
You are absolutely right. It is very logical to take back in one way. Otherwise, we'll be
I like how
out.
you read my mind, Sagar. But it's dangerous.
I think, Amruta, that those who are like playing the Petrov and in the opening, they always want to take in a way that it opens up the bishop, right? But, so let's say if I take here and you take the pawn, check.
Okay.
What is the move that now you play? Like generally you don't want to break castling.
Yeah,
you go
so
queen e2. Yeah, bishop e3, but then maybe your g2 pawn hangs.
And double bishop. Yeah.
I just sort of pin you. You take and I take back with the king. And now we come to this position which needs to be assessed. Because white is a pawn up. But black has the bishop pair. So the question is, who's better here? The bar answers it well. It says equal. But I do get this feeling that Vidit finds himself comfortable in such positions. Oh, I'm pawn up. I will grind for next 5 hours like he did against yesterday.
Yeah, Vidit is able
Navara.
to keep that pawn, very safe and sound, like a pet dog. You will kind of care for it, and then it's gonna.
Yeah, he would care for his position. And Amruta, just put the bishop here, king here, bring your rook to the center, play a long game, and who knows what will happen.
So why is Nodirbek, did he miss, or is it his opening preparation where he feels that this is a draw?
The position is not bad. Like generally, black can just play bishop d7, long castle, bring his rook in, and try to fight for equality. So in a way, in this position, I think we cannot be sure about how both players are thinking, but the objective evaluation is that it's very slightly better for white. The pawn seems
Slight
a little
initiative.
more important,
And I would be very amazed if at all Nordirberg has gone into this with his preparation.
Yeah, but okay, Amruta, I think there are a few games, but not at the highest level. We'll see how this pans out. How about we go to the game of Vincent Keimer versus David Navara, because this is a very, very interesting battle. Vincent lost yesterday, so he's looking for blood today. You know, he's like, if today I can make a comeback, but he's facing David.
Yeah, and David had a long game yesterday. Will that tiredness, will it affect what he was on the defending side? So today also we have to see what's going to happen.
Yes, and you know, Amruta, when we finished yesterday, we went for dinner, and it's just right there in the next room. And there we saw David was also there, but Vidit was not, because their game ended the last. But Vidit did not come, because I think he was having
maybe Indian
food in his room, he ordered, but David was having food here. E4 was played by David. Vincent goes E5. With it, David brings his knight. Vincent knight C6. Bishop goes here, and this is known as the Spanish. Bishop B5, A6, Bishop A4. The knight comes out. Castles. Bishop E7. He goes D3, and the more solid approach here by David, because clearly the main line for many, many years was rook E1, bringing your rook here, and then later on trying for C3, D4. But nowadays D3 is played quite a lot. So B5, Bishop B3. And you know, Amruta, I was recently at the home of Anish Giri. And we recorded something on openings, and he told me a very beautiful thing, which actually made me think a bit, because let's say if I castle here, a very good move for white here is to play A4, and this provokes a sort of a small little concession from black. And I was like, what sort of concession? Because I can play my bishop here. What is the big problem? And then Anish told me, generally you don't want to put your bishop here, because you would love to put your bishop on this diagonal. And so whenever this is the position and A4 is played, if you go rook B8, then I will eventually get the A file. Or if you play B4, then you are giving up the C4 square a bit. So castle A4 is giving white something to play for. But that's why Vincent goes D6. And now if you see A4, he puts his bishop on D7. And now the bishop is on that diagonal where you want it to be. So very interesting stuff.
Yes,
yeah, very subtle.
Sure. Very subtle. I mean, I would also wonder, oh, why do you want a bishop on that diagonal? Only bishop on B7 is also developed in Rai Lopez.
Yes, but this diagonal sometimes is not that active.
Correct, because of the granite on D3, 4.
Exactly.
Pawns. I completely agree.
So C3 played. Maybe we have, Amruta, one question for our viewers here. Just if in this position, white is careless and plays knight to C3, why is this a bad move?
So if at this position I was playing, then
you would do this, huh?
Let's
knight
say I'll
C3.
go knight C3.
Yes, it's a very natural move. But why is it bad? It's a very simple move, but there is some problem with it. Which is why A4 is a very good move. I can also say C3 is a very good move here. A3 is a good move. But knight C3
that's a lot of hints,
is a bad move. Yeah.
If I'm considering those hints correctly, am I?
Yes. You would like to answer, or should?
No.
Should
I thought you got the move, because you have been reading my mind today, so I don't need to say the move.
I got it, Amruta. I know. I can see from your face, you know the move.
Pawn to B4.
Well, if you play pawn to B4, I'm very happy, because it kind of opens
That
up
was
this.
the move. That was the hint you were giving. C3, A3, everything was stopping B4, and now you say.
Was that the move in your mind?
Yes,
Oh,
you cannot read my mind, Sagar. What's
Yes.
happening?
Yes, we need to live more years together, actually, because clearly I couldn't read your mind here.
But it's not B4, so you took all of us, including me and the viewers,
Not
in
everyone.
the wrong
though.
direction.
Not everyone. this knight c3, b4 is just the kind of move I want. Because I jump in here, my bishop gets this diagonal. It's very cool. But the move that I was waiting for was knight a5. And with this, I can actually win your bishop.
Oh my
because
God.
now it cannot escape from there. And this is a very important bishop.
Of course. A3, C3, you're making the square for the
Yes.
bishop.
Yes. And that is the Ruy Lopez bishop, or you say the Spanish bishop, which you shouldn't give up. And so here, a4 played by David. He knows all these things. Like maybe when he was very little, he learned all of it. c3 played, now wants to get this very flexible structure. Black castles. Bishop comes back. h6 by Vincent. Today he is not playing with fire. You know, yesterday Prague did come to g5. Today he says no bishop g5 business. Rook comes here, and you can see how slow this position is. Both sides slowly getting their pieces into the game. Bishop drops back. h3. I'm imagining later on the knight will come here. He goes rook b8. Now he takes, pawn takes. And what is the most natural move? I go knight f1 because I'm on my journey either here or here, angling for these central squares. And then d5. Oh, all of a sudden, you know, we were like calmly enjoying the thing. Everything was going slow and steady. And suddenly Vincent hits in the center. And now the game will become sharp. And David takes it. He takes the pawn on d5. So now there is always pressure on the e5 point. I think the move d5 by Vincent was slightly provocative there. And he takes back with the knight. Okay.
By the way, Vincent has played with bishop d7 against Prague. I mean,
so
not just...
You know, Amruta, Vincent has played many lines.
Yeah.
But he kind of repeats them, yeah? Like he goes back to one of the lines he's played before and so on. So if you really prepare well against him, you might get something that he's played before. Now, knight e5 is the... E5 is the weak pawn actually generally in these structures, but right now it's defended twice. You know, it's attacked twice, it's defended twice. What would you think is a good move here for white? If you were in David Navarra's shoes, what would you play? A question to all of you here. What would you play here? And you can just shout out the move. It's completely okay to be wrong. But it would also be nice if you can start thinking like these super GMs, you know, what is the move that white could play?
And also let me add an information, Sagar. Aronian versus Schweritz. Darius, yeah.
Has reached this position?
Yes.
Ooh.
Aronian was white, and that was an USA championship in 2023.
Okay.
Hushenbet versus Pavlidis also.
So this position has been played before.
Very few.
Less games, but it has been played. And here, one of the very natural moves that comes to mind is to play your knight to g3. Just
that has happened in the games as well.
And I can sort of bet here that David goes for this move because, you know, it's the most natural move, most unassuming move. You put your knight there, you are looking at these important squares on f5 and h5. But the question is, now, what does black do? Because I'm getting a little bit sort of excited to push my pawn to f5. But look, suddenly the position is terrible. And the big reason why you shouldn't be pushing your f pawn in this position is brilliant. Bishop goes to b3, and this is just very bad.
Yeah, you cannot go bishop e6. The e5 pawn would be lost.
Exactly. Suddenly the rook is no longer protecting the pawn and white is winning. So I cannot do.
So you can't go for the craving, Sagar. If you feel like eating a lemon ice cream every day, you can't do that.
Yes, or this sort of chimney, which is very famous in Prague. By the way, guys, highly recommend you to go to the city center and get that chimney, which is like a cone. Inside you can add whatever you want, Nutella.
And then Sagar becomes a 10-year-old enjoying that.
Strawberries, and it's just one of the best things you will find here. But Yeah, sometimes you have to sort of stop your cravings. You have to be calm, cool, collected. You have to eat your vegetables. You have to sort of be disciplined here. So maybe, I guess he could go back, knight f6. He could also play his
What
rook.
happened in the game, I would like to show you this moment, that in Aronian's game, knight g3, b4 was played.
Yes, very logical. Push the pawn, put pressure
Bishop
here.
d2.
Defend this, okay.
And look at this, after b takes c3,
Yeah.
b takes c3,
Yeah.
knight f6. Knight f6. Yeah, Aronian made a very interesting move here.
Okay, let me think. What would Aronian have played? And Amruta
He is
now.
a very creative player, as you know. So
Yeah.
something which is
I'm assuming.
which is not a normal plan.
I'm assuming he would have gone d4, but then that's a very normal move to
Correct.
open up your bishop here.
Like a plan, yeah, something.
Sorry, this way. Maybe he goes c4, bishop c3. No, not that. Wow. Now I understand how you guys feel, yeah, when I ask questions. I just can't guess what to do. It's
So there's a song I keep singing. It's a Bollywood song, and
which is?
but it does have one English word as well.
But now you have to sing, Amruta. You can't just say I keep singing.
मुझको भी तू lift करा
Oh,
दे.
rook lift. Whenever Amruta sings this, I get it. Do you think he played rook a4?
Yes, and then he went
Wow.
rook h4, so it was very creative.
Nice. And then if you can get
And
your
then-
rook here and then sack your bishop at some point, it can become a dangerous attack, yeah?
Yeah, so that's something we can keep in mind if at all David thinks like that.
Let's see if David plays this in this fashion. We are right now waiting for David to make a move. This is the live board position. He's taking his time because he's ahead on the clock. He has 1 hour 20 minutes. Vincent has 1 hour 8 minutes. Which game should we go next to?
I think we one game pending, right?
2 games. We have Bartel versus Rapport, Gukesh versus Guen Thaidai 1. Let's go.
Ask the chat. Let's ask the viewers.
Should we go to Gukesh versus Guen Thaidai 1? Because
Yes,
we
that's
also
what
have
that's what the viewers have said right
Okay.
now. So
There we have, by the way, Guen Thaidai 1 from Czech Republic, one of the young talents here. I believe he's just maybe 20, 21 years old, not more than that. And he's very good. He's about 2600, although he's the last seed of this tournament rating wise. So he opens the game with c4. Gukesh goes e6. Knight, pawn to g3. I was going to say he goes knight c3, but pawn g3, d5, bishop g2, and suddenly Gukesh says, I am in an ambitious mood today. I'm going to push my pawn. And remember, whenever black plays like this, he wants to play for the full point because you are wasting a tempo in the opening by moving your same pawn twice, which is not highly recommended, but you get space, which is quite a lot, you know, in the opening. So knight f3, pawn to c5, castles, knight e7. What is Gukesh doing? I can't understand. Did he really go knight e7?
yeah, knight f6 is the main move. Knight c6 is also
This
been played,
reminds
but
me, you know, this
knight
reminds me of
e7.
Vishy Anand's game against Boris Gelfand from their world championship. d4, knight f6, c4, g6, f3, if I'm not mistaken, bishop g7, e4, c5, d5, d6, like this. And now Vishy plays this move, knight e2, so that he puts his knight from e2 to c3, and then this knight comes to d2 later.
Like in French also many times they do.
Knight,
the other knight, G1
or
knight
or in
comes to-
Karo Khan, when you play knight e7, knight c6 in advance.
Basically
But okay.
in chess. You can do that.
It happens in many openings. So maybe Gukesh is saying to himself, I don't like my knight here. I'm going to bring my knight here, which is interesting. d3. And by the way, guys, a question to all of you. This is a reverse structure after the move e3. Of which opening?
Good question.
Yes, fantastic job. It's a reversed Benoni. But if you give this position to someone who's just kind of seeing it for the first time, they will be like, what the hell happened? Why are these two knights sitting like this?
Yeah,
You
they're
know,
fighting
instead of-
with each other.
Yeah, maybe Gukesh is very, very inspired by his last few days that he spent in Weissenhaus, yeah, where he was playing chess 960. Yeah, just
could be
random
possible.
positions.
And of course, as we know, Gukesh, who has not worked with engines for many, many years, he will come up with something which is not very commonly played. By the way, he's drinking tea, is it? Because I don't see Gukesh often drinking tea or coffee on the board.
Aha, very interesting, Amruta. Maybe that's some
He's
sign
relaxed.
that he
He
wants
is
to fight
relaxed.
today. Anyway, he fights every time. Castles by Nguyen Thai Dai Wan, Bishop E7. And what Thai Dai Wan has done here is very logical. He simply developed all his pieces, but Gukesh is telling him that look, if you don't do something drastic right now, then I have more space and I have actually come out of the opening pretty well. So you need to make use of the fact that these pieces are still undeveloped. How do you do it here is the question actually, and that is what Thai Dai Wan has been thinking, what is the way in which he
Sagar,
can
one more thing after Bishop E7, we have SL Narayanan who has played this once, and Niels Grandelius as well has
so
played
black
this.
players, some good players have gone
Hambleton
for this.
also. Yes, and black has had a good result in fact.
I kind of get the point behind it. There's this line, let's just show it to our viewers here. Imagine I go knight f6, d3, okay, bishop e7, e3, knight comes here, I take, you take, I play rook e1, you castle, I play a3, you play a5 to stop b4, and now I go knight e5. Generally, I not this move order, but generally this is a great plan, for white, because now this bishop opens up, the rook is kind of well placed, sometimes it swings over to b5 and puts pressure here. So what Gukesh has essentially done by bringing his knight here is that in case of any time, like here, you take, I take, knight e5, he's like, okay, thank you, I'm going to take, and now my other knight comes in.
That's a very deep point.
That would be a terrible thing to do as white, to sort of get the knight out from
No,
there.
but that is what black is actually stopping white from. Now we know Gukesh's idea.
Yes, and also e5 square is very important, so maybe Gukesh wants his other knight to come here and control that square even more. So this is the plan, guys, and Nguyen Thai Dai Wan has to figure out what to do. My thought is somewhere he has to go for this knight a3, knight c2 ideas, trying for b4 break at the right time, and this is a typical way to play such positions. But we can say that this is an interesting opening position. Let's go to the last game that we have.
By the way, Nguyen Thai is 22 years old.
22. Okay. Bartel versus Rapport. Bartel lost yesterday his game against Parham. It was a very smooth play by Parham, absolutely not giving his opponent any chance. Today, Bartel is playing against Rapport. And I was talking to Matthews on the opening ceremony, and I told him, congratulations, you won the Challengers last year. Now you're coming here to play the Masters. Excited? And he said, no, the organizers played a really bad joke on me. He's funny, yeah? And I said, what happened? He's like, first they tell me somewhere in August or September that Pragnananda is playing. I'm like, okay, the tournament looks strong, fine, Prag is there. Then they tell me Vidit is there. Then they tell me Gukesh is playing. Then they tell me Nadir Bek is there, Vincent. What is this? This is this is the strongest event I'm going to play in my life.
Oh my God.
And you can kind of get a sense that for Bartel, who's now 38 years old, this is kind of a huge challenge in his career. He's 26-60. He's on the rise, in fact. He was 26-20 or something at the mid 2023. And he's gained 40 ELO points. He's in his best phase, perhaps. But this is a tough tournament for him. Now he's facing Richard Rapport here. It was the Italian, which we see almost every single round in these top tournaments. And he goes h6. Bartel likes to play some, offbeat stuff, but this is not totally offbeat. It's played often. The idea often is to go g5. If a beginner played this move, I would tell them, don't move your rook pawns in the opening. Why are you afraid of threats like knight g5? You know, it's not a big deal. But when a super GM plays it, you know that he's doing it for a reason.
I think that's it about the elite level, right? They have the knights at the edge of the board. They don't really sometimes care about the king. All of it breaking the rules.
They know when to break the rules. That's true. And so here a4 played. Bishop comes out. Knight c3, a5, rook comes here, so Rapport playing it calmly, castles, h3. Now this one, very, very stable game, and he plays his knight to d5. Okay, interesting. You can take here, bishop takes, but Bartel goes knight to b4, and he is trying to actually fight against this d5 stronghold that white has. He took the knight, bishop takes, and now he took the bishop. I think Rapport is on to something. Yeah, he takes here c3, knight c6. And now the question is, what should white do here? And why is this structure good for white? I mean, for me, the point is the rook is open here, but generally you have a knight on f6. So you go knight h5, knight f4, try to create play. But now that knight doesn't exist.
But he can shift the c6 knight, right? In knight e7, knight g6, knight f4.
Oh, nice, smart. Yeah, that looks like a great plan.
Yeah, and it's you can't stop that in a way.
So here's my question to our viewers. Yeah, I like to pose them. Queen b3. I really like this move.
Ooh, double attack.
Because it's a double attack. I am attacking this pawn and this pawn. What should black play here? It's a typical response to such a move. You can't save, I mean, you can save both with a move like queen c8, but it looks a little passive. You know, you're not connecting your rooks. So here's the trick which everyone should remember. You go queen d7 and you connect your rooks, but then when this pawn is snatched, clearly
Big
it's terrible.
blunder.
Yes,
It's a big blunder.
yes. White, black to play. I'm sure many of you know the move here, but still, for anyone who wants to try it out, black to play and win. The bar just simply fell right there.
Also, very nice thing, just nothing related with the movement, but the chat also, the live chat is trying to answer all the questions which you were
15
asking.
minutes delay.
Yeah,
Yes,
so that is
yes.
a good thing. They can answer, they
Well,
can
we
think,
do
and it
this a
doesn't
lot
matter.
online, but it's our privilege that we have people in front of us. So thank you so much for being here and answering few of our questions. It's great fun for us to commentate with all of you being here. So thank you. But black plays a very simple move. The queen is trapped. Yes? Would you like to try?
b8.
Yes, brilliant. Rook fb8. This rook to b8. The queen can no longer escape and it's trapped completely there. So I think Rapport is not going for that. Of course, he's played this more from a long-term perspective, that he prefers this structure where all his pawns are undoubled to the black doubled pawns. But at the same time, Bartel is happy that his rook has an open f-file. It's a nice strategic fight.
Wow, and Sagar, it's 4 p.m. and do you remember something?
Yes, the voting.
I mean,
yes.
we are 2 minutes late actually.
The voting.
Yes.
Guys, we have pinned a message. This is more for our online viewers. We have pinned a message on our chat, on our live stream. If you go to praguechessfestival.com/voting, you can vote for the best game of the day every day. And this is brought to you by one of the sponsors of this event, which is Karel Janecek. And he has this website called Decision21. And there you can actually make a voting for the best game that you feel for today. Of course, 4 p.m. is too early because the games are just heating up. But
Okay,
Amrita,
let's say
Yeah.
until now, what was your opening of the day? Was that the same
opening.
question?
No,
you
I
were
was going to
ask?
say which game will turn into the game of the day today.
So I was asking more about a fact which you can answer. You were asking more about the prediction.
I think the opening of the day.
Maybe we can have all the 5 boards.
Yes, that's a great
Would that
thing.
be possible?
Oh,
and it also gets a roundup. And we can also have. Yeah,
on the bottom
Prague's
right, you
video
can
later.
see vote for your favorite game with Decision 21, praguechessfestival.com/voting. Okay, if you guys want to also vote at some point, let's have the 5 boards here and see which one. So, I feel personally, Amrita, from the opening perspective, I like Gukesh's strategy because this is something I had never seen before. It was new for me. So, I like that. I think with its game is I don't know how to put it. By the way, he took with the B pawn, yes.
I thought D takes C3 was more logical. But
and by the way, David's move, we guessed it right, knight G3 has been played. I think David's game is not particularly that exciting from the opening perspective, but will heat up.
Yeah.
I think it will heat up.
I think Pragnanda versus Maksudlu opening, I really find that interesting, and that can convert into some craziness as well.
Yeah. So maybe between Maksudlu Prague and
Gukesh
Guen
Gukesh,
yes.
yeah. The opening part, yeah. But we will see for the middle game part.
Yeah, let's go. I think I'm very interested to see the game between Maksudlu and Pragnananda. Let's go to that game. Today we have like a few of the cameras in this sort of position, yeah, like little tilted. It feels like, you know, they are all a little bit.
But
like
maybe we can get it slightly equal. What to say?
Yes, Amrita, you can watch it like this. Like
No, it would be able to. He would be able to adjust later.
Producer Sab, yes,
of course.
He's been running around today like never before. He has 5 streams to manage. He is going there, handling so many things. That's I am Tadia Scribble here, who is just doing a phenomenal job producing multiple streams from the venue, and a big thanks to him. So, knight comes to c3 as we guessed. Parham attacking the central pawn on d5. Prague immediately snatching the pawn. Parham takes it back. And now comes knight to b6, hitting that bishop. You don't want to be giving up your bishop. So Parham comes back here. And now Prague plays a slightly weird move, which is a5.
Actually, it's a very natural move, Sagar.
Really?
That's what I thought. I mean, the first instinct goes for a5 with the queen on b3, knight on b6.
I would rather put my bishop on, I mean, I would put it here or here and complete my development. But you're right. I mean, when the queen is on b3, you want to kick it away with a4, correct?
Yeah, and you have a wonderful bishop on f5. Let's not forget that.
Oh, I have a nice question, Amrita. If you play a3,
I will judge if the question is nice, Sagar.
why is a4 a mistake? Actually, it is not. But I thought it's a mistake. I'm a bit surprised.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, I thought
Knight a4, and bishop b5 check.
exactly, exactly. But it's a blunder. You see it. You see it. So we thought that this would be a mistake because of take, and check, and then you lose this. But unfortunately, you lose
like
your
a prank. Yeah, it's like a prank. You fall in a trap.
Black to play?
Of course, Sagar. Everybody knows it with their expression. You can see. Yes. What's the question? b5, of course.
Yes, b5 traps the bishop here. Fantastic. The bishop is gone. So this does not work. But actually, there was even a more clinical way, which was queen a5. So, you know, Lasker used to say, when you look at a good move, when you find a good move, look for a better one.
But I thought I looked at b5 and I thought that's a good move.
Exactly. Then look for a better one, queen a5.
But what if I would have looked at queen a5 first?
Yes, that's true. That's true. That's the best.
It's always
move,
tricky.
Because then you don't give up a pawn.
We use the quotes in a way which, you know, we find it convenient.
True, true. So here, you cannot do this. So I believe Prague might even push his pawn forward, because this is the live board we have right now with a3 played. And Prague might push his pawn to a4. And then the queen has to move. But there could be something else also here that Prague can do, which is to simply bring his bishop out. Let's wait for Prague to make his move. How about we go to the next one. By the way, it's a very big running joke right now that how does this little boy, 18-year-old, have an entire tournament dedicated to him?
Prague Masters.
Prague Masters. But actually, of course, we call him Prague, while this is the Prague Masters. So there's a little bit of a difference.
And I also sometimes call him Prague.
Prague, yes.
So, yeah. But it's nice. It does sound so similar.
Yeah. By the way, in the background, you will see a few people who are watching the action live, but also there are top boards of the open section, and some of the streamers who are here get a spot in the main playing hall to play. So they are all playing there. It's a very vibrant tournament hall. There's the challengers section, there's the futures section, there's the masters section, the top boards. Also the main sponsor of this event, Roman, who's the founder of Novibor team, the club, is also playing there. So a lot of nice things happening. If you are in and around Prague, come here, join us for the commentary. I'm sure you will have a lot of fun. Okay, Amruta, going to Vidit versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. I was a bit surprised that actually B takes C3 was taken by Vidit. Somewhere I did feel that he would take with the D pawn, but I think, Amruta, what Vidit has realized is that when this happens, he has much better chances of playing for a win here than with this structure, which is after knight c3, dc3, and he felt that maybe this was more drawish in nature.
That's the reason he kept the imbalance
by taking with the b pawn. Yeah, and I kind of now understand his point, but
also he will be able to create a passer, maybe much better chances in this structure.
Yeah.
Than the other one, but still you are making that a pawn isolated.
I agree. I agree. This can become a weakness in future, but it can also create a lot of pressure if I push my pawn and bring my rook here to bear down there. One thing that I was thinking about, Amruta, is how would this decision be to take the knight with my bishop? Looks terrible.
Going into opposite colored bishop. Yeah, yes. I'm very happy because I have rooks on the board.
You mean as white you are very happy, yeah?
Yes, because I'm a pawn up, I have rooks on the board, so that, I mean, for sure the pressure will be too much on black.
I agree, and Nodirbek yesterday did win an opposite colored bishop endgame being pawn up, and so today he will not certainly go into such a position.
Yeah, he's not going to underestimate this at all.
He goes for a check, and now actually Vidit has been thinking whether he should play his pawn to f3 or should he maybe move his king away.
But one second, if you go king d3, which looks very nice for a moment.
Oh, look at the king, Amruta.
Then there is bishop d4, I guess.
Not bishop d4. We have some people here joining in. Black to play. What was the move that you would play here? Don't give up your bishop.
No, I thought tactically it was working, but of course, otherwise the move is very natural.
You wanted to take and play bishop f5,
yep.
Yes? But then I have king c3, no? So Amruta wanted to do this, check.
Yeah, if you take with the pawn, then there is king c3, correct.
But here's the question for you. What would you play here as black to move? Make use of the fact that the white pieces are completely not developed.
Exactly. Not a simple move.
You can shout out the move if you know it.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Long castle is an excellent move.
What is your rating?
But you're doing amazing. This is fantastic and a great move. Pinning the knight there. Threatening now bishop f5 check because the knight can no longer take it, and this would be a terrible position for white, to be in after being a pawn.
King on d3 is very lonely.
Yeah, very much. So Amruta, right now with it very likely to play f3. We are getting right now the footage of Prague versus Maksudlu, so let's go back to that game because c6 played by Prague. He did not play develop his bishop yet, nor did he play the move a4, which we were thinking. But c6 is very logical. It gives me this feeling of Slav defense, you know, somehow.
Yeah, so true.
Yeah. Also, what Prague wants to do is he wants to put his knight maybe in the center of the board with these two pawns.
Which knight, by the way?
I mean, I would love to put this knight, but I'm a bit worried about my pawn falling.
So later, after a4, you always have the choice.
Oh,
yeah,
that's a great point. Oh, that's a wonderful point. I can play a4, move the queen back, and then bring my knight either one.
Yeah, but he played. I think because Prague has pressed the clock. What did he play?
c6. He played c6. So Parham, if he goes knight f3, which is the most natural move to bring his knight out, suddenly it doesn't feel that great. Yeah, like a4, queen here, and now knight d5. And this is exactly what black wants. Can't really go and snatch this pawn, which looks nice, but then you lose.
Queen a5, same idea.
Taking here could be one, but as you pointed out, queen a5 much stronger, attacking the knight, and also this one. So
no, but if knight b d5, just a moment.
Yeah.
If I do short castle with the idea of knight a4.
But Amruta, you will lose your bishop here.
Knight f4, ef4. No,
I don't like that structure here. Although sometimes they do play with this structure,
but
it's always against this bishop on c8. If the bishop is on c8, you like this structure because then e5 break is very difficult to get and the bishop is passive. But when your bishop is already out,
yeah, it's just a gift for black.
It's not that great. Okay, so we will come back to this game. Parham looking a bit sort of relaxed there. He's trying to think, having a sip of water. 55 minutes for Prague, 1 hour 2 minutes for Parham. Let's go to the game of Vincent versus... Oh, by the way, can we have a quick look at Vidit versus Abdusatarov's video? Because we did look at the game, but there we have it. And there you can see bishop g4, and it's very clear to us that Vidit should push his pawn up f3. But somehow Vidit is not making that move. Can you explain to me why?
Yeah, then he is definitely thinking of something else.
Yeah, true.
What else do you expect me to answer, Sagar? No, maybe king f1? I don't like it.
Yeah, king f1, somehow it feels like you are disconnecting your rook, right, which is on h1. And what a nice view from the other end. We have Vidit there thinking.
Both of them have 59 minutes each, by the way. It's equal time. Yesterday we saw a lot of time gap. Today in the second round, players are trying to be closer in time control. Okay, so we will come back here. Vidit is thinking, I believe, even whatever time he thinks f3 is the move he will be playing.
How about going to Navara versus Kaimer? And
yeah,
you know, whatever we guessed is happening in this game, because they are following the game of Levon Aronian.
You think so?
No.
I don't
there
think.
is a small additional moves that have happened here. So we were looking at this position, and then we saw that the knight should come here to g3. But actually, instead of that, David first played his bishop here, attacked Vincent's knight. Vincent played his knight back, and now David put his knight to g3. And pawn has come to b4. So this is the position we are looking at now.
So bishop d2 was played, let's say.
He's not played his move, but Amruta, there's a difference now, because earlier the knight here was putting pressure on c3 pawn. Now there's no such pressure. So the question is, what should white do here? You can play what Amruta suggests, bishop d2, nice little move, calm move, but there could be also some other way to play this position. I like this idea of putting my knight in the center of the board, knight e4. Sort of making you decide. Do you want to take it? Because if you take, I improve my structure a bit as well.
Oh, with the pawn. And then you're saying that you are not interested in putting more pressure on e5.
No, but I have a beautiful bishop here, which is what I want to play for.
But how do you plan to put pressure on f7?
Yeah, it's also not such so much. Yeah, you can also neutralize it with your bishop to
Yes,
e6.
I don't like d4.
Maybe you don't like knight e4 at all then.
Yes, I don't like knight e4.
Okay.
Sorry.
David, come on, make that move. Okay, but knight e4 maybe not. Then what else? Bishop
No, so
d2.
if we try Aronian's idea of rook a4, at this moment it doesn't make sense, right? Because the b pawn is very beautifully protected.
Yes, Aronian had swung his rook to the side, to the other side, but here it's not working out.
Okay, then bishop d2 is nice.
I
Even
like-
bishop c4, just moving it away from that diagonal, at some point making a square for the queen on b3, if at all.
Yeah, makes some sense for sure. Bishop c4 is a good idea. Also, bishop e3 might be possible. So there are all these possible.
You know,
ideas.
it's hard to again consider a move like bishop e3 because just visually it feels like e5 is a like, let's say there are the kids there playing. You don't want to leave them alone when there is a knife around, when there are dangerous things. You want to look at them. So that e5 pawn, it seems like you want to look at it.
Okay, so let's see what David comes up with. Maybe he can attack some way.
Yeah, but
this
he's
E5
definitely
pawn.
going to need some time. By the way, he's having 1 hour 10 minutes,
Yeah.
quite a lot more time than Vincent today. Vincent 20 minutes down in comparison to David.
Right. Let's see what Richard Rapport has done, because this guy is a very, very creative player. And you know what he did, Amruta, where the move where we were looking at going queen b3 and all, he has pushed his pawn to b4. And isn't this a free pawn? He has actually given a free pawn, but clearly after take,
He's getting it
knight takes,
now queen b3 for sure.
yes, queen b3 attacking the knight and the pawn. And now if as black, I'm just wondering, okay, I go c5,
Yeah.
sort of solidifying my
Yes.
knight there. You take this pawn because then you don't want to be pawned down. I go king h8. Now I'm threatening this pawn, I'm threatening knight c2. Actually, this looks really good for black.
Totally, you're right.
So maybe Richard,
And the queen on e6 is not even so active because
Yeah.
it needs some more pieces with it.
so what Richard has actually thought of here, I'm not sure. But maybe now I realize what he wants to do is not snatch that. Oh, look at that. Bartel is going for it. He's like, Richard, I'm calling your bluff. If it is a bluff, maybe it's a good move. We don't know. The bar says it's still equal. Okay, I predict Rapport to come back. Simply take the pawn very quickly. AB. There he comes. Sits down, writes the move and takes back without much thought. So CB4, and now will Mateusz take the pawn instantly? Because you know, Amruta, when you say A, you have to say B, otherwise next move B5 is coming in and you will be not in a good situation, so you must take the pawn.
Yeah, knight b4 obvious.
Yes?
Yes.
So
No?
you take, yeah, absolutely.
By the
And
way,
then
after A, I can also say C.
you can do whatever you want.
Especially when it's very, very hot in Mumbai.
Oh,
Oh,
nice
you
one.
didn't really understand
Nice.
the joke.
Nice. Here
Then
you
why
don't
did you
need-
laugh?
Here you don't need it. No, I just thought you said I can break the rules. But knight b4, queen b3, attacking the knight and the pawn. And the point which I think is what Richard wants to go for
After
is
c5.
c5, play the move bishop d2. And he wants to take here and he wants to say that my knight better than your bishop here on f6. This is what he's aiming for, and I believe that if you have to go back, then I can take, and already I think white's position looks okay. Like it's not bad. You can go rook from e1 to b1, put pressure here. You may have this pawn to put pressure. So looks okay.
Absolutely. So the question is for bishop d2, black may not like to go back. Is there any other way he can continue?
No, but I think you have to,
Queen
right?
a5, then maybe...
But if you go queen a5...
d6 is weak. So queen e6
yeah,
check.
take this
and then queen d6.
Exactly.
And then you don't have knight c2 because of the pin on
exactly.
bishop
So
on...
let me just make the moves here. I take this and now the knight cannot move because the bishop attacks the queen. So this way, I think Bartel has some decision to make. He has...
Did he play? He played.
What?
Has he played b5?
b5? Whoa, what a move this is.
But then doesn't it allow a5?
No, but a5 he will just take it. b4.
Knight b4, yeah?
Yeah. If you push your pawn...
No, but queen b, that's fine.
No, but then you have like a superior version completely, right, after c5. Like now I will even attack your pawn here.
So then b5 is very interesting.
No,
what
I'm
Bartel
just
has
wondering
found on the board.
actually. Yeah, it's a very like what first thing is what if I take? Oh, sorry.
Knight b4. Takes
rook is
rook
hanging.
a1.
Yeah, sorry. b5 you cannot take.
Wow, it's a practically great move.
Yeah,
I'm sure Rapport looks at him and with his expression, I think Rapport has not considered this. He is going to need some time. He takes the knight in his hand.
Amruta, I have a feeling that he will play queen b3 because then you are defending your pawn and also attacking e6. And let's say
and if b takes a4 now?
Then I take here.
But rook a4, queen e6 check.
Yes.
Not rook a4.
King h8.
Yeah.
And I push your knight away.
Now knight b4, does it make any sense?
Yeah, but I mean...
Blunder, wait a second, what is the big blunder? Oh, the knight is trapped.
How?
Now we need to, queen
White
c4.
to play. Yes, fantastic job Amruta. Queen comes back and the knight is gone. Here, you have to play c5 and then I can take here and I win a pawn, very crucial pawn, and I'm completely winning. So yeah, I think b5, although very creative, gives white a good advantage if Rapport is able to find the move queen b3 or bishop d2, and also the move a5 looks, all are very interesting actually to play. So we'll see what Richard does.
Rapport is definitely going to have fun in calculating this position, but this is going towards very dynamic situation.
Yes. Coming to Gukesh versus Guen Thaidai-wan. So we left it here, the reversed Benoni position. Then it so happened that after castles, Thaidai-wan went knight a3, and this is what we were talking. The knight has to be developed from a3 to c2 so that later on you go for b4.
Straightforward plan.
But Gukesh took here, and I'm a bit surprised with Gukesh's decision because he had other ways to keep his center control. He could have played e5, which was one move. He could have played f6 with the idea of e5. So there were all these possibilities, but Gukesh simply took.
But I do find this move very interesting because if you take with the piece, then the d4 square is very weak.
You are absolutely right. That's what happened.
Yeah, and also the d3 pawn is a backward pawn there. So black, somewhere a Sicilian reverse thing, d5 square is usually weak that way.
But the compensating factor is that black is way behind in development and white has all his pieces out. So after Gukesh plays, Gukesh plays uncompromising chess. He plays his pawn to e5 and he tells Guen Thaidai-wan that, look, if I can get bishop out, knight out, you are positionally in trouble because you have a backward pawn and a weakness.
Yeah, and the d3 pawn is a permanent weakness, yeah? Right now it's very permanent. You can't think of d4 for long time.
But on the other hand, Amruta, Guen Thaidai-wan says, I go queen b3, and he played this move, and I'm actually
Is this the current position?
Yes, no, now Gukesh's next move was epic actually.
Wait, I have not seen it, so
Yeah.
I might be able to think of it.
But because you know, one of the things I really want to do as black is
F5.
play b6, bishop b7, put the bishop on that diagonal, but clearly it loses to knight takes pawn.
Yeah, with your bishop on g2, I don't think I'm your friend, yeah?
Yeah.
Black is not your friend. So f5, I really like it because the idea is to kick
What?
the bishop on
F5?
e3 away with the idea of f4.
Amrita, do you not care for any development which is, you know, all your pieces are here, you still want to go f5, huh?
Because I thought there is a pawn on c4, there's no danger on the diagonal, and f4, how do you stop it? That's what was
It's
very
not a bad idea,
forcing
but
for
then
me.
again, f4 is not the end of the day. I can just reroute my bishop here from here.
Got it. So f5
you
is
know,
a bad move.
You know, not a bad move. It's fine. But the move that was played here by Gukesh is knight a6.
Oh wow, I would not have guessed this. To be very
And
honest.
somewhere I feel that Gukesh wants to bring his knight to b4, bearing down on the d3 square, get his bishop out to f5, and then just tell white what is it that you got out of the opening. You are completely in trouble.
Also, Sagar, few questions. One is that the knight wants to go to b4,
Yes.
but the knight could also think of knight c7, knight e6. Would
Definitely.
you prefer attacking the d3 guy, or would you prefer taking your knight to d4?
I'm just
Just
going to
as a
play it
feel.
by the position on what he plays. Like if white goes knight c2 here, I may then change my mind and go for knight c7 idea which you said, right? But if you don't
You
do that,
definitely don't want to exchange one knight.
No, I don't want to. In fact, Amrita, my plan is simple. I want to put my pawn here. I maybe want to tuck my king away. I want to get my bishop out. I want to bring my queen up. I get my knight
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
It's actually flowing,
Or maybe
right?
queen on c7, rook double, or yeah, with that one pawn target, you just know what to do around it.
And Thaidaiwan would not be happy because he's playing with the white pieces, and within 11 moves, he's got into a position that looks very pleasant for Gukesh.
Absolutely. Oh, another question, which is a little bit of a past Sagar, not ancient times, but 2-3 moves back. Why did could he have played with the f pawn, f takes e3, and said that I want to have some control on the d4 square?
Yes.
I always felt that, you know, not d takes e3 because of f takes e3. So what was I missing here?
You know, it would have been very good, Amrita, but then when you play rook e1, suddenly this fe3 move makes a little less sense, right? Because you
E4
wanted your rook
ideas,
there.
Yes, and then
So-
the e4 ideas will also be there somewhere in the air.
I think bishop takes was fine, but maybe what his move queen b3. I think he didn't anticipate Gukesh's move knight a6.
Yeah, knight
because
a6 was like out of the blue.
beautiful move. And you know, Amrita, I'm going to make a small sort of a guess today. You know, we have this voting, right? praguechessfestival.com/voting for
Oh,
the
yes.
best game of the day.
Yes.
I'm going to actually make a guess that I think this is going to be the best game of the day.
You're predicting already,
yeah.
guys. By the way, over there, vote for your favorite game with Decision 21, praguechessfestival.com/voting.
Yes, because I do get this sense that Gukesh has got this, you know, like right from the opening, a slightly better position, he's feeling confident, he has more time on his clock than his opponent, he has played this unconventional opening, and his plans look very obvious, like what he has to do next. Okay, so we'll come back.
Yes, because you know, Van Gogh, his rating is 2630. Gukesh's rating, current one is 2743, the published.
2747 if I'm
One
not
second.
mistaken. Yeah, published maybe
Published
2743.
2743,
But
but
no,
other-
I think it's 2747. The rating. that
Maybe
he has.
they have the ratings when they accepted the
Yeah.
entries or something like that.
Yeah, you are looking
And-
at it on the official side, but right
yeah.
now Gukesh
and
is at
5 years difference. He's 22, Gukesh is 17. Very interesting game.
Yes. Okay, so we'll come back to Gukesh. Let's go quickly to the game of
Richard, did he
Richard
play
Rapport
after
and
b5?
Mateusz Bartel, So what
No,
happened
he's
was,
thinking.
he played bishop d2 here. He defended this pawn, and now after pawn takes pawn, we have Bartel who's thinking now. Rapport who's thinking rook takes a4. Very
Vidit
likely.
also watching the game.
Yes, Vidit looking there, and maybe that's a sign for us to go to Vidit's game. Vidit versus Nordirbek Abdusattorov. We left it at this point. There was a check. Vidit did go. Bishop, a pawn to f3. Bishop went back. He played his pawn up. There was long castling. Then the bishop came in. He brought his rook to the center of the board. And now, this was the last move that was played. So Vidit comes back to his board, settles down. What do you prefer, Amruta? Extra pawn or the double bishop?
Extra pawn.
Extra pawn.
Yes.
Why? You were never so
Practically better.
materialistic in life, yeah?
No, but Vidit is playing, no? Right now, it's like, it's not my game.
Yeah, I agree. Vidit is enjoying himself, you know.
He
He's
can
played
handle material better, you know.
Yes.
I'm like a forgetful person. I lose things here and there. So I think Vidit is responsible. He'll take care of that ball.
Vidit is basically telling to Nordirbek, prepare for a long grind, you know.
Which Nordirbek literally
Nordirbek
loves
is
it.
like ready. But you know, he loves it from the other side to grind his opponent. You never are happy when you are a pawn down where you have to play. But yeah, this will be a testing
If
game for
Vidit will
Nordirbek.
play like yesterday for 5.5 hours and Nordirbek is always ready to
Yeah.
go for a long game, then we might be looking at maybe a full night of commentary here.
Oh, Amrita already a bit scared now. Within the nightmare of every commentator wanting to play
And
long games.
arbiters. Oh my god. Okay, but this is going to be an epic end game, that is for sure.
Yes, we are actually very happy. We've stocked up. We had one of our viewers who came in and gave us some food before the round. So you know, we are ready with our stock of food, chocolates, everything. And
Where is the chocolate?
You want?
You have it?
Yes. See, there are some, Amrita, very nice Czech kind of chocolates. So you know,
Wow,
with
amazing.
almonds and covered with chocolates and so on. So yeah.
Lovely.
Wow.
Okay, so shall
Amrita, you didn't even offer me. Okay, anyway, guys, she put it away. She's like, okay, I had my share.
You know, it shouldn't come in the camera and I'm like, we created and...
I get it. By the way, Nordirbek has now gone rook e7 and very logical, no? Chess, he wants to, king d2, rook e7. He wants to sort of double down the e-file. The engines do not like it. And actually, they do not like it for a very specific reason. Maybe we can ask our viewers here, what is it that white can play in this position that engines do not prefer? But
No, I didn't get your question. Why?
what is white's best move here? Beautiful, fantastic, knight f5. And you know, one of the things that Vidit wants to do is get rid of one of the bishops. And which he was not able to do it.
Really a good move.
But knight f5, he's attacking the rook. And let's say
Bishop
if you
c5.
take this will be like a terrible endgame. Now this is a lost endgame in a way.
Yeah, now
turned
you
down.
just a pawn up.
Yeah,
The double bishop advantage is gone. The
Correct.
compensation is gone.
But on the other hand, if you take bishop f5, bishop c5, this we are discussing that this opposite colored bishop endgame will be quite a difficult one to hold. Yeah, like Vidit can keep on grinding. The bishop pair advantage is gone.
Isn't it funny that Nordirbek yesterday played with the opposite colored bishop and was grinding, and today he is on the defending side?
Yes.
And sometimes with that, psychologically you feel even more, overestimate your opponent's position because you are the better one and you know how you can convert. So
Could be, very much so. And Amrita, here I am very curious to see if Vidit goes for this suggestion which one of our viewers has given here. Knight f5. Will he do that? Or will Vidit feel maybe it's not the time right now to go for opposite colored position? I should just maybe improve my rook b1. Should I improve my pawn position? h4. Should I go a4, gain some space? There are too many possibilities here.
And they are all good. Yeah, rook b1 and h4. Or knight f5 is the best one.
Knight f5 is definitely what
So if you say that
prefer.
this is the situation, that one choice can change your life. The one choice can change the game.
It's not like a life-changing one. It's just a small upgrade. And I don't even know if Vidit wants it, because in a way, you are improving your advantage, but on the other hand, you are clarifying it for Abdusattorov, saying that now it's just opposite colored bishops. While when you have this, it could be knight versus bishop, it could be something else, it could be a rook endgame.
So
I don't know.
Vidit, the assessment of the opposite colored bishop is very critical to make the move knight f5.
Yes. By the way, in the background, you can see two Indian talented IMs watching it. I am Hari Krishnan and I am Ilam Parthi, and which is very cool because generally you can't get to play in tournaments where you can see the world-class players playing, like open events. You play open events, or in the world-class events only top players are invited. But that's the beauty of the Prague International Chess Festival. Here everyone is invited. There are players playing in the open section. There are events in the morning where you will see youngsters, young kids coming. In fact, tomorrow is like for the school kids, there is something happening here. Then there are all these.
Oh, and today also there was Vishy Anand's lecture for the futures, which was very nice.
So all of this makes this a beautiful event to come to. So if you guys ever are wanting to come to an event, I'd highly recommend the Prague International Chess Festival, because here you get the full experience. You get to see top players in action. You can yourself play. There is this nice environment, and Prague as a city.
And exactly, that's
so
such
nice.
an icing on the cake.
Yeah, Amruta, that is just true. That is true.
Okay, Sagar, just guess with its next move. If you're able to guess, you get a chocolate. Work hard for that, Sagar.
I don't like this, what you are doing with me. You are making me work for it. Okay, if I know Vidit well and I'm trying to guess his body language now, I feel he won't go for knight f5 because it's kind of committing. Like the old Vidit wouldn't do it, but now the new Vidit, the Vidit 2.0, as we've been talking about, he might go knight f5. Okay, let me take this risk and say he will play knight f5, because look at him, he knows that knight f5 is in the air. So I believe he'll go knight f5. Vidit, please play it so that I can get a chocolate here. Okay, going to David Navara's game, because this is the game where we left off with the move b4. And Vincent had just pushed his pawn. David went. Did he go knight e4?
No, I think that would be your analysis.
He went bishop d2. He just played his bishop, which was the move you had recommended. Bishop came out for Vincent. Knight went to h4.
Oh, very different plan.
Wow.
And I like it actually.
I love it, Amruta. I love it. Look at what has happened now. With this, he's opened up his queen. His knights are looking at the f5 square. The bishop is here. Okay, take care of your bishop. Yeah, it's slightly loose. But if he can drop his bishop back, white would have 4 pieces in the attack, or maybe even 5.
Yes, the only problem is that rook on b8 can enter on b2.
Yes.
So you have to be careful about that. Also, how do you progress now with white? As you said, I love, like there are these 2 knights eyeing on the king side, the bishop on b3, the bishop on d2, also eyeing on the h6. If you could make the arrows, Sagar.
Ah, sorry, yes.
Were you thinking about the chocolate?
No, I was thinking about what will Vincent play here. That is my thought here as black. And I think I have found a great move. Maybe we can ask our viewers here again, what would black play to neutralize white?
Queen c8.
Queen c8 with the idea of stopping f5. Yes, maybe. But this bishop here is what
Bishop
I am
E6.
a little
Bishop
bit.
e6.
Yes.
You want to go?
I want to just play this so that once these bishops are traded, let's say I can.
I won't trade, by the way.
You may go bishop c2.
Yes.
Possible. But I take here. And now, even if
Knight
your knight comes in and sits here without this powerhouse on b3, it feels a little bit that the attack won't go through. So I do feel, and also Amruta, I unleashed the attack on the d3 pawn with my queen. So I do like this move, bishop e6 for Vincent, but you never know, what he might do.
So tell me, if bishop e6,
Yeah.
and now you go bishop c2.
Or bishop a4, Amruta, how about that?
That's better.
Even
That's
better, right?
because it's giving a threat.
Yes, maybe that's the move. You don't take it, you play bishop a4, then I have to drop my bishop back, and suddenly
Oh, actually, can they repeat?
No, not repeat. Why? David can go knight h5, then he can go queen f3. He can be the one who starts pressing here with his bishop looking here. Oops, bishop looking here, knight looking here.
Yeah, I always felt some stress when there was such a bishop and the g7 h6 pawn structure.
Yes.
So knight and bishop all the time, even if the sack was not working at that moment, every move I had to keep calculating it.
Agreed. And guys, don't be fooled by this bar here, which is very, very equal. You know, it's just showing that the position is very, very even. But I get this feeling that it's boiling, and Vincent's time, 38 minutes. He is going down on time. He's 24 minutes down. David has 1 hour 2 minutes. So critical moment coming up in this battle. Should we go to Pragnananda versus Maksudlu?
Yes, let's go there.
Pragnananda versus Maksudlu, the two guys who had won yesterday. So what happened here, Amruta, is that after c6, Parham went with his bishop to g5. How does Parham come up with these moves? he just played his bishop, moved it again, but I get it. He was not happy with his bishop on this square where it was constantly getting hit by the knights.
Yeah, but this is something very amazing, Sagar, sometimes about the top players,
Yeah.
that they are able to move that, like for us, we might feel that, moving the bishop to g5, it's so embarrassing. I brought it on f4 again.
True,
you know, that, like rook e1, rook f1, those kind of ideas there. So, it's a great move. More than the move, great thought.
Yeah, it's a
like
good
you are
move.
able
It's
to
flexible.
rectify.
You are flexible. You are also threatening to maybe take when the queen cannot take because the knight would be hanging. So you want to maybe double up those pawns. So Prague goes bishop e7. And now, you know, any normal sort of a player who is just beginning his chess journey would put his knight out on f3 and say, I'll finish my development. But
Yes.
Parham.
No?
Parham is no.
H4?
Parham is special. He goes f3. What a move! You know, this guy always wants to create mess, and I can tell you, he is going for either e4, either g4, h4. You know, this kind of play. He will put his knight on h3 later, then bring it to f2. That's why people say Parham doesn't need an invitation to kind of play an aggressive game. He just comes uninvited. He will play f3. Like, this is uninvited mess that he's creating on the board. f3, and I think it can backfire in a big way.
Absolutely. Firstly, I don't think Prague would be expecting such a move.
Yeah.
Also, very interesting about Prague is that he kept that a5 pawn on a5, keeping that threat is better than execution.
Now, but now he can play a4. I think he will do it now. Because somehow I do feel this queen is beautifully positioned, keeping pressure here. So if I can push it away.
Tell me something. Did he play a4? No.
I think he will.
No. Tell me something. If black simply plays castle, for a moment, just think of a simple idea like castle.
Okay.
Now is Maksudlu planning to go g4 or e4? Or anything else?
I feel like if I go g4, it's a bit too much. Because after bishop g6,
H4.
I mean, black's moves are very simple somehow, and white is not very well developed. So
I don't know, like it looks f4 and all. Okay, but this evaluation bar definitely doesn't like. He says it's too much.
It's too much.
We
So
will go back
E4
not
may
to
be
go
the
in.
better move, and then I go bishop g6, right?
Still the question about your g1 knight.
And now this is what he wants, bishop e3, and then knight here, and that
Knight f4
Amruta.
or knight f2.
Yes, whatever, knight f2, knight f4. This is exactly what Parham is looking for. So now you know the strategic threat that Parham has. He wants to play, no, so Prague is not going to castle. Prague is not going to castle here, I feel.
Can Prague go h6 right now? Kick the bishop away?
Yes, I think
g5
it's a
could
very
also be a
possible.
consideration. I don't know. For h6 depends on.
No, but if
the
you
decision
play your
for white.
pawn here, I go back bishop here. Later I want to anyway come back and push e4. So actually Parham's, it's clear to me now that he's not going for g4, h4 business. He is going for e4 move.
Which I can't stop, by the way. Or I can if I go bishop g6 right now.
Yes, that's a good move, Amruta. A very prophylactic idea, because then if I push my pawn forward, then you
Queen
simply
d4.
lose this pawn.
Yeah, but the computer doesn't like bishop g6 much.
Well,
in comparison to
it
h6
says
at
that
least.
then my knight can develop and castle. So maybe there is something better. Black can go more aggressive here, sort of take advantage, not just play a prophylactic move, but kind of try and say to white that I call out your bluff here, f3, and I'm going to play very, very
that's
decisively.
why a4.
A4, exactly. A4, queen has to go back to d1, right? After a4.
Yeah.
Queen d1, and now the move
h6.
h6.
Bishop.
So you don't want to take, because if you take, I take bishop pair, looks great. So you go bishop h4, and now this very, very cool move, knight d5. It's tricky. It's tricky because you are allowing him to play e4
exactly.
and attack, but on the other hand, e4 is a terrible move, because then the knight
93.
jumps in, and this is a big
Blunder.
fork.
e4 is a blunder in a way. Just wait to continue finish the calculation. After e4, knight e3, queen d2,
Yeah.
knight g2 check. You also have knight h4.
Yes, the bishop is also
There's no double attack.
Correct. So this is bad. And so the question now is that if e4 doesn't work, then maybe you want to take here. But then after ed5, suddenly, yes, that's what Prague does. He pushes the pawn to a4.
Timing. That's an amazing
He
timing.
just knows it. And now with ed5, e4 is not coming in. Maksudlu would be thinking like, why did I play f3?
Oh yes, and now his development is absolutely visible.
Yes, so let's see now Maksudlu, does he have some special move after a4? Does he want to go back with his queen to a2? I don't like it.
No, not
queen
a2.
on a2 is looking
But
very
when he played
boxed in.
f3, I'm sure he considered a4. So we have to see what he has in his mind.
But you know, Amruta, Maksudlu risks things. You know, he's not like, there are many things about him which are not just on the board, but even in his personality. Like, I remember that when we invited him to come to Chennai to play, there were certain visa related things which, you know, he had to get his visa to India and stuff. And I was seriously worried, you know, like, will he make it? Will he get his visa on time? But Parham was so relaxed. He was like, yes, everything will be fine. Don't worry. Queen d1. And, you know, somehow his approach, which he has in his life, goes on to the chessboard as well. Or maybe it's the other way also, yeah? Like the chessboard approach goes into his life. He's not too worried about things. Own bad results.
But that's always going to happen, right? Sometimes things will be good for you, things will not. Sometimes it won't be good for you. That's how it is. Also, Sagar, when
But you have to choose your opponent where you try this. And I think Prague is a very dangerous guy to try this stuff. Because if someone is very, very technically sound, it's Prague. You can, like, if he did this with someone else, like let's say, for example, Nawara, then the game would be crazy. Like, both are...
he also likes that kind of
both are
situations.
like crazy players. But it's like, you know, Mikhail Tal had the worst results against Viktor Korchnoi. Because whenever he faced Korchnoi, Tal would go on this crazy sort of sacrifices, and Korchnoi was the best defender out there. So I think he had some 7 wins against Tal and so on. Like, Mikhail could never get through Victor. But maybe it's the similar analogy here, you know, that Prague really is built up on this playing accurate chess. He has this engine-like play, and then when Parham tries all these innovative things against him.
This is a very good point you mentioned. In fact, I'm very curious to, you know, play with you next time a game and maybe try a different style.
Yes, what style would you try against me?
I would try Capablanca style.
Ah,
you know?
because I'm positional and you also want to try something like that, huh?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's why, you know, when we play each other, sometimes I know, like, you are aggressive, all I have to do is just be calm, and you will go out, like, you'll start pushing your pawns. And that's why psychology in chess plays such a big role. If you know your opponents, you can choose your openings, and this is what top level players do all the time. And I'm sure Prague understands right now this move f3 of Parham. He doesn't look at it as, oh wow, did Parham find a great move? He just knows that Parham likes to do these things.
One last question to you, Sagar, about your personal ways you play chess.
Yeah.
Would you call yourself a messy chess player or a normal, like
No,
organized?
I hate mess. Like when I was playing
Then
actively.
why do you make so much mess at home? That's the point.
Yes, it's
That was the point,
you know,
Sagar.
always everything doesn't sort of translate from the chessboard to
Or you
real
could
life.
give it a try when we go back home. You
Yes.
could clean it up.
I will,
Okay,
Amruta. I
let's
will,
do that.
just like my style. But also, I haven't played chess for such a long time, but I've evolved as a person in the last 5 years. So I'm very, very curious. If I go back to the chessboard, will I play like my old style, or will I play like some new completely things? You know. So by the way, what did he do?
Knight of d7. Oh, we did not consider this at all.
Knight f d7.
So he wants to exchange the dark square bishops. And I believe his understanding is without those bishops, Prague has some positional
Okay,
edge maybe.
very interesting move, Amruta.
Firstly, what happens for bishop e7,
I
queen
think he
e7?
must take. He must take, right? Because
And
if
then
you
e4.
if you don't take and if
Yeah,
you
he
bring your
takes.
bishop back, that won't be great.
No, he
Yeah, you
takes, he
waste
takes.
time. Yes, so you take, and now Prague will take back with the queen, which he did. So now
Now if e4,
e4, yes.
do you have queen? No, h4.
I think what Prague is essentially saying is that without your dark squared bishop, I am happy with this position because your d4 pawn is weak, your dark squares are slightly weakened here. That's why he went knight d7. But Parham does just that. He just pushes his pawn to e4. Okay. Prague has to move his bishop back now. I think there's nothing more.
But for some reason, Prague discarded the move knight d5.
Yes, yes. I'm a bit
What
surprised.
would he have calculated?
I
that
think
he
he
didn't
just
like
didn't
it.
want to go for some really complicated stuff.
Isn't that again, as you say, psychology? Because sometimes Parham loves such kind of positions,
Could
and
be.
even if it is slightly worse, the fact that you love to play such positions make your opponent a little bit intimidated about that kind of position. Okay.
E4 played. Now the center is there for white, but
Wow,
black.
this is getting interesting.
I
It
like
is
this
40
position.
minutes, 41 minutes to Prague, 40 for Parham.
One guy is
we
terribly unhappy here. Knight on g1. He's like, have everyone forgotten me? What is my future here?
My time.
But get him out here. Knight h3. Put it on f4. Maybe get
Hey,
him.
hello, Queen h4.
Yes, but
Knight
queen
f2.
Exactly. Knight f2. Come back and then castle. And all of a sudden
thought
it's a nice position.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back. And Sagar, can we see Vidit versus Navara?
Oh.
And to check if you are getting a chocolate or not. Oh, did he play? Awesome.
No, what is
I
this? Don't
was-
give me your
I
hand,
thought
give
you
me a
were-
chocolate. Knight f5 is on the board and congratulations to you. You guessed it right.
Wow.
So Knight f5 has happened. Vidit did play it. If we can have Vidit versus Navara here. Yes, there we have it. So Vidit versus Nadirbek, not Navara. Rook e5. Oh, Amruta, okay. He didn't take the bishop. I was like, what did he give him the knight here to keep this position? No, he took the knight. Rook f5, bishop came back.
So opposite colors again.
Opposite colored bishop again. question here, do you put your pawn on f6? Do you put your pawn on g6? Do you keep it on the same color as your opponent's bishop? Do you even think about rook g5 maybe to just put pressure on g2? So many little decisions now to take.
But he has 50 minutes and he has 16 minutes more than Vidit.
Yes.
That's a good point. Also, if you see the pawn islands, Vidit has 3 pawn islands. So I like rook on e5 also, very interesting.
Yes, but Amruta, right now, you're not afraid because rook g8 and you lose g2.
I mean, I didn't say for this moment, but in general.
But it's a good point. I mean, I can even just attack you because if you take this pawn, I will go rook g8 and I'll take this pawn and black is the one on the offensive.
Yeah, you really don't need to defend g7.
So, I think here Vidit would be happy with what he has got because this means that he can press for long term. But at the same time, objectively, this is a draw.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, if
objectively, I mean, at the evaluation, it's
give
just like
give it to an engine and it would draw this position. Northerbek goes h5 and I really like this move because he is somehow limiting this structure. He's not letting white expand easily.
Yeah.
And as we have already seen, taking this pawn is incorrect because of rook g8. So what would Vidit do here?
One thing is clear, Sagar, with this game, we are going to have a long night.
That's
without
true.
the knights on the board. Still.
Yes, I agree, Amruta. This is going to be a long one, especially given that Vidit really is in this mindset of pressing till the very end. Because he's preparing himself not just chess-wise, but also psychologically for the candidates.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll come back here. We'll visit this game. Meanwhile, something crazy has happened in the game of Vincent versus David Navara. We left this game at here. Oh, he pushed his pawn to e4. Amruta, we didn't even think about this move. We were thinking he should neutralize with the bishop coming here. But Vincent chose a very direct approach. And of course, his point is clear that if you take here with the knight, that would be a huge blunder. Because after take, of course, if you take with the pawn, you lose your knight. But what if I take with the rook? Well, you then take, and then you lose this. So that's not happening. Navara played here pawn takes pawn. David takes the pawn and tells Vincent, what is your plan? So Vincent says, my plan is to take here. F takes. And now if you go and snatch this pawn, this would be a big mistake. Why is this a bad move? White to play. Maybe you guys can try it.
Bishop takes f7.
Fantastic, bishop f7. This is a great move. And this is very typical. It often happens from black side in these Italian positions where bishop f2 comes, queen f6, and here it's actually white.
And even the Petrov knight f7.
Yes, it's similar idea. Takes, and now I can give a check and I can pick this up. At the very least, there are other ways to also get back the material.
Important blunder, don't make it queen f3 check because the knight goes back to f6.
Yes, Amruta, that's a nice point there.
Queen h5 probably.
Queen h5 is again a very nice move because if king g8,
then the same idea.
queen d5,
Yeah, nice.
and bishop e6, you have at least
Queen e4? No, d2 is hanging.
And then the knight is hanging here. So yeah, very well spotted. Very well spotted. We have a very strong player here in the viewing zone, and this looks good. Queen h5 check. So clearly, Vincent didn't want to take the pawn. He had his move planned, and his move was g5. What a move!
I thought g5, the bar would really change the evaluation, but
it's the best move, Amruta. g5 is the best move in the position. Vincent Keimer showing his class here, really. playing some
But he
great.
played G5 yesterday also, and he lost in the end.
Yes, yesterday G5 didn't work out well for him, Vincent, because there Pragnananda sacrificed a piece on G5.
exactly.
But today, it looks safer in that sense because the knight is here. Imagine you go here and if you're not careful, next move could be knight takes G5. That would
my
bring
God.
some nightmarish feeling for Vincent.
Disastrous it would be.
But Amruta, if you put your knight on f5 here, then bishop takes f5, ef5, and then you have to consider this rook takes b3 ideas because the bishop on d2 is hanging. So clearly Vincent has all of this covered in this position. And maybe as we now do a short roundup, Amruta,
Yes,
maybe
5
we
moves.
can also get ready for the break, our first break of the day coming in. So firstly, let's have a look at what is happening on all the boards and do a roundup. Gukesh seems to be doing very well against Thai Dai 1, Yuen Thai Dai 1. Rapport seems to be slightly better against
Bartel.
Bartel. We have Abdu Satarov, who's going to have to fight for a half point here against Vidit. Vincent Keimer has just sort of equalized perhaps. It's a sharp game, but I think he is doing well there against Nawara. And Pragnananda versus Maksudlu, if you see, knight has developed on the far corner and castled. So I feel the position is roundabout even there. So an interesting few hours lie ahead of us. For now, it's time to go on a short break and we'll see you on the other end.
My name is Karel Janicek, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, This game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
Welcome back everyone to the second round of the Prague International Chess Festival. Amruta, the Prague Masters is underway and we have had some exciting games today. We are 2 hours into play, roughly two
Yes.
hours, 20 minutes, and this is getting quite intense now. The game which we want to begin with is the game of Parham Maksudlu and Pragnananda. They won their game yesterday and we saw how Parham took this bold decision of pushing his pawn to f3. Let's have the analysis board and there we can see Parham thinking the game.
By the way, Sagar, they both are on 1 point, and Northernberg's position says that he definitely cannot win that.
I think
so.
very unlikely that he will
Yeah,
win
so
today.
if somebody wins in this game, he might already become a sole leader.
Yes, true. So that's a big encounter here. When he played his pawn to f3, clearly his knight on g1 wasn't very happy. But then he did get his knight out. Prague castled. He also castled here, Parham. And Prague played his pawn to f6. So he's making way for the bishop to come back, baby, and also to strike in the center with the move e5. But Parham, as always, direct play. He pushes his pawn in the center. We have pawn to e5.
Exactly. That is such a cool and simple idea by Prague, exchanging the dark square bishop first, like in Nimzo we do, and then placing the pawn on the dark square, then gaining the very important d4 central square. But
Yes.
that is what Parham doesn't want Pragnananda to do it. So f4 is a natural idea, right?
Yeah, f4
Did
is
he
natural.
have anything better?
Well, Amruta, there were many ways to play, but I think Prague's idea of pushing e5 was there. And in fact, Parham took this opportunity to exchange and push his pawn forward. And he feels like now he has space on the king side. But on the other hand, strategically, he is taking big risks because the b3 square is weak. You can already imagine a knight jumping here and coming to the center of the board. The bishop landing nicely on this square. So one gets the feeling that Parham seems to have overextended a bit.
Which he always does, and
Which
which
he
is
does.
still never easy for his opponents because that is what he provokes them in a way.
Yes, that is his style. And so when you just feel like, oh, positionally I'm good and this is really nice, but Parham is making his own plans here, and that is exactly what he does. He plays queen e1. And I won't be surprised if the next move, by the way, he's just covered the h4 square. If he goes g4, g5 and already starts launching a huge attack, and then he tells Prague, take all the weaknesses you want, take the d4 square, but I'm going for your king.
In some way this position a little bit ideas remind me of Sicilian when you have this f5 and g4, g5 attack. But a very big difference is that the pawn is on d6 for black. Here, the pawn on c6 nicely controls the d5 square.
I agree with
There is
you.
just no worry there.
Prague's structure is beautiful. But then again, Amruta, I am going like this caveman approach. Yeah, I am going for your king. g4, g5, queen g3, king goes to h1, maybe then g6 at the right moment.
Are you sure that's not too much?
Well, it is definitely, an engine would refute it. But what about humans? Yeah, like Prague, you can see, will definitely be thinking against it. So let's say I start with my knight jumping to c5. Makes sense, right?
Just a move before, I would like to ask a question to the viewers, which they can think later.
Yeah.
At this point of time, an important thing happened. An important imbalance happened. Takes. What was the important imbalance? The transition.
What was it, Amruta? No, like I'm curious. Please, can you tell us?
Yes, at this moment, if you see, the pawn structure
Has changed.
Yes, black is having now, after d takes c5, f takes c5, 3 pawn islands. So the e5 pawn has become isolated. We don't know if in the future how much it's going to matter, but we cannot forget that fact.
Yes, I agree. That's a very important thing to notice, because once you notice these things, you can then plan accordingly. So let's say I jump with my knight here and I go g4. Yeah, let's just.
Oh, he played?
No, this
you
is not
were-
going to happen. But
Okay,
I'm
you
just,
are suggesting g4.
I'm just making the.
Once
natural
again,
move.
it's not your game, so it's.
Yeah, I'm just saying like, okay, knight b3.
No, I like it. I
save,
like the idea.
I'll save my rook.
For
I'll bring
sure.
my rook in the center.
Knight d4 without any doubts.
And let's say you put your knight here. I was wondering now if I can just play, because I don't want to give up my bishop. I'll just play it in the center. And now I'm still threatening, let's say g5, queen g3. Not a threat, but this is my plan.
But why did you go bishop d3? Are you worried about my beautiful knight, giving it up for that bishop?
Also, sometimes, the bishop, like after takes, bishop could land on c4. And I was not really happy to give it up
Precisely,
for
maybe
now.
tactically.
And,
So
and I
bishop
just
d3.
want to attack. So
Got it.
I want to free my queen, go to g3 and so on. But you have knight c4. And it just feels that black pieces are coming way quicker than white's attack.
Yeah, and the space which you have on the king's side, there is a big problem with that.
Yeah,
There are no pieces to cover it up.
I agree. So this doesn't look that great for the time being. Right now,
It's definitely very exciting. That's
it's
the
exciting.
whole point.
It's
and
exciting.
that's why when sometimes it's so tempting in a game, will Parham go for that?
no, he's already played queen e1. So Amruta, now I think we are going down this road. He's already taken a few steps in this direction. His pieces are a little bit not coordinated for anything apart from an attack. Like, what else do? You don't start playing positionally, right? You bring your knight now here to, f2 to d3. That doesn't feel right.
No. One thing he can do, he can keep his queen on g3.
Yeah.
He can bring his knight from f2 to g4 or d3 at the right time.
Like
He will have
this.
to choose. Even that. And keep pressure on e5 in a way that one knight is tied down.
Yes,
Could
but
be.
That seems very slow.
But you are so right that somewhere white is the passive one.
Yeah.
And it's not up to Parham's style. So he won't sit quietly.
Also,
That's
we are
the
on
only
move
one.
20, Amruta, and both players have now 26 to 30 minutes, 31 for Parham, 26 for Prague. This is going to get exciting. Let's quickly shift
Yes.
to the game between
I think Gukesh's game we have
Gukesh
not
versus
seen since
Guen.
a long time and it was very interesting.
Yuen Thaidaiwan. So we left this game at knight a6 and we said to ourselves, great opening strategy by Gukesh. He's played it well. White's pieces look a bit sort of, a bit cramped. d3 is weak, d4 square is weak. But then Thaidaiwan brought his rook to d1. Gukesh brought his knight in. He offered a trade of knights. The knights were traded. And then the bishop came to g4. So he developed his bishop.
Oh, is he going
h3.
to take the f3 knight?
No, he did not.
Goes
He goes back. Maybe just provoking this little move so that afterwards queen d7 he can attack this pawn. Queen c3 played.
Nice idea by Gukesh actually.
And now I think Thaidaiwan's this maneuver seems a bit artificial. He goes queen c3. Gukesh anyway wanted to play f6. And now queen a3. What is he aiming for? He's just trying to attack the c5 pawn, right?
Right.
So-
and you can't go b6, I believe.
Why not? Is the question. Can we just
Is it
not...
just a ghost?
Can we not just say to white that, hey, you played like couple of moves, put your queen on the side of the board where it absolutely makes no sense? But there is an idea that Thaidaiwan has here. And white to play, what is the move that he is preparing for here?
Because a bishop on g2, I mean, if black is not scared of that diagonal and plays b6, then he should be very okay.
Yes, but this is what he wants to do now. White to move. The move is, and maybe you guys can... knight to g5 is
G5.
exactly the idea he wants. Attacking here.
Lovely. So if f takes g5, bishop takes c6, that is very bad, yeah?
And take here. And now comes the important moment where if you move your rook, then the queen on a3 is very happy,
Rook
a7
c8.
is weak. What do you
No,
do?
if I go rook c8, then your bishop
Yes,
is
I
attacked.
come back to g2. But then
Bishop takes h3.
bishop takes h3. And this is the compensation which white will have, black will have. Like if you take here, this is game over.
Wow.
So
Beautiful.
clearly Gukesh is calculating these lines. He is looking at taking on h3 and then if you take the rook, game over. So if you take here, and then what does white do? He's just lost a pawn.
Beautiful. In fact, this provoking h3 was such a great idea.
Wow.
Now even
Yeah.
better.
Makes sense now. Yeah, we just saw bishop g4 going back, provoking h3, and that pawn falling there. Interesting. So we'll wait if Gukesh plays the cold-blooded b6. You know, that will just show that he's not afraid of any ghosts in this position. He'll just play b6. But on the other hand, why not knight b4? It's also a nice move.
But if you tell Gukesh there's a symmetry around.
Yes. Oh, by the way, that's true. You know, there is a very famous symmetry here next to this hotel, and of course, Amruta, when she got to know this, she was like, "Oh, I can't sleep at night alone and stuff." Okay, but it's a very nice place. I liked it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
You brought up the
Can
subject,
we
yes, not
change
me.
the topic?
I never started it. I knew you would say about it, but so
The bishop as a ghost is not so scary. Now b6, I think Gukesh will play it. Okay.
But knight b4 also makes sense. So clearly Gukesh has many options here to choose from. Let's see what he will do. Let's quickly go and check the game between Kaimer and Nawara, because we left it at this point when the pawn was pushed to g5, and there David brought his knight back to f3, and now Vincent went and chopped off the pawn on e4. He simply took the pawn, and David pushed his pawn to
he's giving
g4.
up the dark square bishop. But what choice did he have? g3 was hanging.
Yes.
And
So he goes here, and now after take, you can't take with the queen, I believe, because the b3 bishop is hanging. So therefore knight takes, and this is what we have on the board. Knight e5 played here by David.
No, by Vincent.
By Vincent. Don't be fooled by the simplicity of this position, because somewhere, you know, the queen can be moved here, a rook suddenly can be sacrificed, the queen can enter in, and we already have a strong attack brewing. But then again, all these imaginative ideas can be stopped by just one simple move, king g7, and nothing much is happening. So yes, I do feel, Amruta, that with the lack of the number of pawns on the board, it feels like the position is roundabout even. Like, you know, this should end up in a draw.
But tell me one thing, whose king would you say is weaker?
I think black clearly, because white's king is quite safe. You can tuck it into h1 and it looks pretty good.
In that case, I think, isn't it that slight initiative for white because of the king weakness?
Yes, I would say that if someone's fighting here for something, it's white, but nothing special. Like, you know, you can go queen c2, king g7 as we just analyzed, and then maybe we put our knight on the e4 square, which is a nice central square.
Yes, and that f6 square is tremendously weak. Rook can come to f1, f7 is weak. I think I really like David's position
you start
so
to
much
feel this.
more than what the evaluation bar is saying.
I agree with you. Yeah, like it does feel for a human that white's position has more potential.
Yeah, Maksudlu watching the game, Bartel watching the game, because this position is definitely the most interesting for the current moment.
Yes, but you know, Amruta, he didn't go queen c2. He directly played his knight to e4.
Oh, there's a direct threat? No, not yet. There's knight on e5. I thought queen d7. You have to be careful.
You wanted to take here, and then fork. But yes, bishop c6 might be what could be played, and this is what can happen.
And now if you go queen c2, bishop e4, though black would not like to give that bishop,
Amruta,
because I love
instead
that
of
bishop.
taking, why don't I just plonk my knight here and then unleash my bishop and rook against your knight? So
how come it's not a blunder? Because knight d3,
well,
rook d1.
Well, the thing is,
what is
this knight is not really threatening to take here if I move my knight away. And so then if you take, there is a big issue.
Oh, wow. What a defense.
Yes, that is the point. Just move in with your queen and that is game over. So this trick is always...
Can you show till the mate, Sagar? Checkmate.
Okay, king
How do we
h8
checkmate?
takes here. And maybe we ask our viewers here what they would like to play. Maybe they spot it already.
Knight f5 or knight h5.
Yes, knight h5 looks really powerful. There's a mate here. Knight f6 coming in, and there's just no way to stop it. Black has no moves actually to prevent this.
Yeah. So what did he play? By the way, Vincent has gone bishop c6 right now.
Yes, it is on the board. And now I'm actually curious to see what David does. Because there are because of this bishop is where all the juice in the position lies. You know, this is the nice little bishop there looking at the king. And time-wise, Vincent has 19 minutes, David has 37 minutes on the clock.
How many moves they have made?
They've made 27 moves here.
Okay, so 13 moves, so not much of a time problem right now. Okay, do you want to stay here? Because it's a very interesting position for sure.
No, we'll go
But
to the
what do you
next
think?
one. I want to go to the game of, by the way, okay, let's quickly check Vidit's game, because here he was pawn up, h5 was played, Vidit went rook he1, getting the open file, Nodirbek pushed h4, h3, rook g5, and now I was a bit surprised with Vidit's decision. I thought he would go rook e2, putting his rook here and defending this pawn, but he went rook g1. And I'm not so sure why he would do that. Maybe he just wants to bring the other rook, or he thought if he played rook e2, one pair of rooks would get traded with rook e8, and he wanted to avoid it.
So if he goes rook g1, black will go rook e8 with the idea of maybe if you wanted to go rook e1.
That's exactly what Nodirbek has done.
Okay, c4.
c4, rook e6, and now bishop went back and the rook came here, and you know, a3 played just as we are on this board. Nodirbek wants to actually sort of pile up on this a pawn.
Exactly.
And I'm a bit unsure on how you can defend it actually.
No, maybe some counter attack, bishop f2.
Yes,
but then
yes.
there is g5.
Bishop f2, because if you take on a pawn, I will win this h pawn. I don't know how that trade is, because if you take here, take here, maybe it's a very good thing for white, because the a pawn was anyway a bit weak. Okay. So I would go for your idea, which is g5 now, to defend my pawn, still saying that this is weak.
It's
And
a bad move. Computer doesn't like it for some.
Because I go back and I attack it again, so you can't still take.
And if you go f6,
And you
you
defend
go
it
bishop
now.
d4.
My bishop actually plays against your pawns all the time.
Oh, nice. In that case, I would prefer to give the h4 pawn and win
Yes.
the a pawn.
I
bad or
understand,
good it is?
But I don't think Nodirbek will go for it.
No?
You see, he just went to g6. He did not even think about going to a6. He put his rook here. And one of the main problems for Vidit is that his position has a lot of weak pawns. The g2 pawn is weak, the a3 pawn is weak. So how does he manage to sort of get his pieces rolling? Where is his plan? What is the way in which he starts to create some play for himself?
Yeah, he definitely has a lack of harmony in the position.
Yeah. One thing to do is to start rolling his central pawns like c3, d4, c5. But then again,
can you make your king? King is a piece in the endgame. So let's say king c3. It defends that a guy.
you want to bring your king where? Here?
Yeah.
Could be an idea. And then you want to free up your rook, yes?
Yeah.
So let's say I go b6 just as an, you go king
King
b2.
b3. King b3 maybe. Not b2. Or king b4 maybe.
But you know, Amruta, these rooks are so good. You know, Nodirbek has used, instead of files, ranks to get his rooks active. It's actually very smart play by him. Oh, and look at what Vidit has done. Vidit says, hey, talking about ranks, I'm closing one of the ranks for you. c5. Suddenly that rook seems to be slightly cornered on that side.
But what if b6? Just the very natural thing which comes to the mind.
Great move, Amruta. This seems like a good move.
You have to either take or go d4.
He just plays it. He plays your move. Yeah, but maybe we can take it, right? What's so?
Your doubled pawn is gone. That's
Yeah. So I take.
cb6,
You take back.
ab6. Yeah.
But now a serious threat has emerged, which is if I'm careless, let's say I play c4. Not really. Actually, I was thinking that we could move and start attack. The bishop controls this. So for now, actually, it's not a big threat.
Not at all. Yeah.
I think there are several ways in which white can play, like king e2, king f2. But I get this feeling that
Yeah, the rook g1 move, I think I have some doubts on it.
Yeah.
Because completely tied down, and at the end of it, what we know is the rook on g6 is attacking, rook on a5 is attacking, and every attacking piece is valued more than the
Yeah.
defender. So that
clearly,
is a
guys,
clear
Nadirbek
combination.
Abdusattorov is doing it well here. He's defending well, and I think for Vidit, it's not going to be easy to convert this. Going to the game of, Amruta, now the moves are coming in quick and fast. The game David Navara, where we were thinking that he would go queen c2, he has just played his bishop right in the central square,
Whoa.
making use of the tactic which you were talking about. So if you take here, bishop d5, I have queen d5, knight f6 check. I don't know what happens next. I believe it's just a simplifying maneuver, yes?
Exactly, because that bishop was like as you said, an important
Yeah.
one which was giving some hope there.
So maybe a calm draw for, yes, by
No,
by
not calm.
David.
I think David will still keep playing with knight e3, knight on f5, h6 being weak, a little bit,
Yes.
but a safe position.
Like you were
for
saying
him.
here, if I go c6, you want to go knight e3, but then you have to really be
Rook
careful.
b2.
I can't go knight e3 or knight f5, but okay, I can go king g6.
Rook b2, no, you can't go rook b2.
Possible, but I don't see it being such a big problem like this position.
Knight f5, just try to make
Yeah,
a few
the
quick
only
moves.
thing is my knight also is very solid here on this square. So
Look,
no,
the
rook a7.
one-
I missed rook a7. Yes,
One mistake and
it's possible. Yes,
Black has to be the one who has to be careful, and I would say that with that h6 weakness and the rook and knight
but
and the
I'm playing
mating
h5
net.
next. I will play my pawn to h5. In fact, why not now? The h6 weakness, I just get rid of it.
What if rook a6 doesn't matter? Yeah.
Yeah, not much.
g4.
Not much. So yes, Amruta.
Hey!
Yeah.
No, sorry. When I play gs5, king h5, knight g7, but king f5 is the problem.
Yeah. Clearly, this is.
Okay. So this will fizzle out.
Okay, so coming back here, by the way, the game between Pragnananda and Maksudlu has moved ahead a lot. For example, after queen e1, we had the knight jumping in as we predicted. Then we had queen g3, didn't go for g4. No,
And
no
we also
Prague.
have to keep jumping from one game to another game. That means if they're playing so fast.
Yes, and Prague played bishop c4, very quickly trading rook e1. He played his rook to d8. Knight came here.
Oh, he did not go for g4 ideas.
No, he did
must
not.
have realized it. Or maybe he never intended that.
And this is the live board position right now that we have. If there is something going in white's favor, it's just this isolated pawn on e5, Amruta, as you rightly pointed out. But everything else is working in black's favor. The knight is coming to c4.
Yeah.
The other knight is very actively placed. The rook is on the open file. So I get this feeling that Prague is in the driver's seat clearly here.
Yeah, it's like in strategic sense, black is blessed right now. You don't get such a position.
He's doing really well, and with this knight beautifully placed, I think for Parham this position is tough. But as you said, Amruta, yes, knight g4.
Now you have to be a
attacking
little
here.
careful about f6 ideas, Sagar.
Oh, yeah. But king h8, no, just move to the side of the board and f6 no longer is a problem. But ng4.
Still, f6 could be an idea
Yes.
where he sacrifices the pawn and goes knight h6, knight f5.
Amruta, you're playing like Parham for sure.
Not immediately, but it's in
No,
the
but
air.
this is
an-
definitely in the air that the knight could come and settle
where I can
here.
get my rook
Yeah.
also in the game very quickly. My rook is already on f2. So I don't think it's going to be as easy, like how much ever strategically better Pragnanda is. Parham is very creative on the board.
I agree. But at the same time, Parham's time is, he has 10 minutes more on the clock.
And how many moves?
They are on move 24. They have to make 16 more moves in 17 minutes. 27 minutes for Parham. Let's quickly go and check the game of Bartel and Rapport, which we haven't seen much. After B takes A4, here, Rook takes A4, Queen came up, Rook took the Rook, Rook takes Rook, Queen B3, and he went back with his Knight. So Bartel playing his Knight back in that position, the Rook coming on the open file, you can feel it, no Amruta, that White is slightly better coordinated.
For sure, with a better bishop and with again active pieces.
Bishop E3, Rook B8, he played his Queen here, Queen B7.
Made many moves actually.
B5.
What is this
move?
move?
This is an interesting move. If you take here, he wants to actually chop off the D6 pawn. So he went C5.
It's a discovered attack.
B1. Now this is a
Will it be a hero or zero?
Knight
That
C6.
passer
I
side.
think it's right now. Yeah, it's in that stage where you don't know, right? Because if the knight settles down here, this might become a
It's
big
in that
weakness.
stage wherein you come to Mumbai to become a Bollywood hero and then you keep trying and then you don't know.
Yeah, right now it's very unclear what its career is going to be, the B5 pawn. Queen B3. He is attacking this E6 pawn. Queen went back to C8. Knight D2. He goes to B4. Knight jumps in. You still
They're playing
can't
like
take
time
this
pressure,
pawn.
yeah?
This is hanging. And Queen D7. So, if you push your pawn to B6 now, Amruta, just defended by the knight, perhaps the bishop comes back and still
I
takes it
can't
away.
go D5, right?
No, I don't think you should go for D5.
D5, bishop C5.
Yes, this pawn would hang. But this is interesting now.
Yeah, bishop D8. Finally, the bishop has some job.
So my feeling is that Bartel is actually holding on here. These central pawns are a bit soft, but his B pawn is a bit weak. We might come back here and see what happens, and we have reached here in the Vincent game. Queen takes D5 has happened. There is also knight F6, king F8. He didn't go to G7. Knight takes D5, and Amruta, I am predicting a very quick handshake here between David Navara and Vincent Keimer. I don't think this game is going to go long. So if we have to make a roundup, if we can have all the 5 boards here, and just so that everyone knows what's happening, I would say Gukesh maybe slightly better against Thaidaiwan. Bartel and Rapport around equal. Yes. Abdusattorov playing really well, and I think will hold a draw against Vidit, although he's pawned down.
Yeah.
He will hold a draw in that opposite colored bishop
Yeah,
position.
actually, I think we are completely wrong. We thought the advantage is much huge.
Yeah. And going to Keimer versus Navara, very equalish position here. 4 pawns each, 2 rooks, knight. And so maybe, and I think we guessed it right from the beginning. Oh no, I said Gukesh's game might be the game of the
Yeah,
day.
I said Pragnanda versus Maksudlu.
But
game of
it
the
is
day, but
becoming the most exciting game for sure right now. Prague versus Maksudlu and Gukesh versus Nguyen Thaidaiwan. These are the 2 games where we have a lot of imbalance that's going on.
And by the way, guys, you can vote for the best game of the day from 4 p.m. So it's already started.
Yes, it's already now close to 6 p.m. So go to praguechessfestival.com/voting and you can vote for your best game of the day today, which I'm not sure
I
which
think
one
Gukesh
it
or
will be.
Prague, I don't know exactly. I agree with you. Maybe David also was turning into something very exciting, but after the
But now
exchanges,
it's
fizzled
and
out.
also the moves which happened, C6, knight came in, and here we might think, oh, there is a huge tactic, like
Rook
if
E5.
I take here and a fork. Yeah, he just takes on f6 and there's nothing much happening here. So this should be a draw. We'll go back to the game of Prague and Maksudlu here. Oh, he takes on e5. Amruta, just staying here. He took on e5.
Because they'll agree for a draw in a way, rook ending.
You think they'll agree to a draw?
In a way, for Vincent, after losing yesterday with the black pieces, today again black pieces slightly somewhere under pressure, I would say. I mean, David was never under pressure that way. So he just comes back like calm.
Good performance
and,
by Vincent, and also a good start for David Navara because he drew with Vidit and now with Vincent. So a very steady start for him in this tournament. Let's go to Pragnananda versus Maksudlu, because the move which you suggested, knight coming to g4 and creating this kind of threats of f6, knight h6, putting pressure on e5 did happen, and then Prague just moved his king to h8.
Very quickly, yeah. He didn't take any time to go king h8.
You can see Parham, he's like, oh, where is the next sort of interesting idea I can do something?
Yeah, really want to go rook e f2, but there is rook d3 or knight d3 ideas have to check. Knight d3 is a problem.
Oh, but I really like your move, Amruta, because you want to go f6.
Knight d3, f6 is intermezzo?
Yes, so if I play knight d3 right here, f6 may be a very, very interesting move to consider.
But let's say if gf6 here,
yes,
let's
rook
continue.
Takes.
Rook takes.
Yeah.
If you play, I take on b2 maybe.
Yes, you can take on b2.
c-b2.
You can take on b2, but you can also do
d-b2.
a very nice sort of breaking of lines move here.
What is breaking of lines?
like this line is sort of connected with the two rooks are connected. You can break the line.
Oh, knight f4.
Yes, knight f4 with the idea of this some deadly ideas later on the e2 square.
And knight e2. Oh, wow.
If the knight moves away and you break the coordination there.
So you force him to take on f8. Now rook takes f8.
Yes.
Rook takes f8.
And then it seems like black is clearly winning here.
Okay, can I go back one move? Knight f4 is great. But let's say natural is knight b2. If I take on b2, is there any problem? I'm confused. Knight db2, let's say. I'm confused, but let's say knight db2.
You can take, but Amruta now...
What is it that I have missed? White gets... simple. It's
what
simple.
Is?
Just take on f8 and then knight e5. Yeah.
Could be, yes. Could be the double times you take here and then you lose the pawn here in the center. But Parham has moved his rook up to f3. And this is why, Parham is one of the most exciting players in the world of chess. He never backs out. It's not like he goes for the attack and then some point says, oh my god, I see a huge army in front of me. I'll run back to my team. He just goes on and on. Now rook comes ahead.
Hey, what if knight d2? You will have to go rook e3.
You want to fork, yes?
Those two knights from black are so dangerous. They're threatening something or the other. What do you do?
Yeah, it's a good move actually here. I
Rook
have to
e3
play rook
forced?
e3. Yes.
And rook d4.
You are coming in and trying, but Amruta, don't forget about your e5 pawn. It's also weak.
Yeah.
Your knight on c4 is actually
told you I'm a forgetful person. Let's go back.
It's doing a good job of defending the e5 pawn as well. So you can't just move it away.
So knight b3. Finally, I'm like, okay, after elimination, I go knight b3. But
B3.
then knight a4.
Knight b3 might
I
not...
don't think I'll worry about it.
But why do you want to play... Yeah, give up this pawn, Amruta.
Which one? a4? No, I don't care about it.
You want
knight
to fork
d4.
me, You want to fork me, yeah.
There is still white as a good move here. Maybe if...
I don't. I think your move is fine. Knight b3. In fact,
no. What is the best move for white for knight b3? I'm curious. Because the computer is not really supporting knight b3 so much. Knight d4 is a strong threat.
Maybe f6
so how are you going
somewhere
to
or rook e f2 with the idea of f6.
It's very dynamic.
And if you go with your knight to d4, I play my. It feels like somehow Parham has to play with his two rooks to limit black's knight activity. That's what he has to do.
It's tough, I would say.
It's not easy, but at the same time, look at Prag's time. He's down to 15 minutes. He has to figure out all the intricacies here. It's not so simple for him as well. A very exciting moment in this game. What is Pragnananda going to decide? Is he going to play knight d2 as Amruta suggested, knight b3, or is he just going to forget everything and just play b5 and say Parham? What's your idea now? Tell me.
No, not b5, Sagar.
No, Prag
It's
goes
like
b5.
completely
Amruta.
being in another
Amruta, Prag
world.
goes b5. That's his
There are
kind of a
F6.
move. Prag, you know how Prag thinks? Prag sees the board and he sees what are the
I bet
threats
he
of his
doesn't play
opponent.
b5.
He
But
doesn't
you know
see
what
any
I can-
threat and then he plays b5.
What I can bet, look, I would have won the bet, and the bet was that you don't get chocolates.
Yes, I won't eat anyway. Rook d4 played by Prag.
No. So the whole idea is on e4.
He's improving his position for sure. But Amruta, he cannot really easily go for moving that rook because then f6 comes into the position. So, and where is Parham? Last 20 minutes left and he's not on the board. No,
He's
that's
okay
it.
with those 10-20 seconds.
26 moves, 14 more moves to make.
So he's calm, as you said. Even when the last moment his visa was, he hadn't received. How calm he was.
Yeah,
so
he's
this
calm.
is like,
but then why to waste this time? There he comes. Yes.
because he didn't know Prague was playing. But I really love how Parham has managed to keep the pressure
Yeah.
with that one pawn chain on the king side and a knight. It's
Yes.
beautiful with
I
the F5
agree.
move.
I agree,
I
Amruta.
really underestimated it in a way.
Okay, so quickly going to the next game.
We
by the
will go to Gukesh's game right
Gukesh,
now.
yes, let's
because
go to-
that one was very interesting. Gukesh had a pretty decent advantage. Has he missed
so
anything?
Gukesh does go knight b4 here,
Uh-huh.
queen b3, queen c8.
Yeah, with the one knight exchange, maybe things are a little different. Rook b8. I don't know where
Knight
he
jumps
could have
back.
improved though.
Knight d2, king h8, queen c2, and we have this position on the board. It's actually, I think black is still the one for preference and choice here because I can go pawn to b6, I can move my bishop here, I can bring my queen up to d7, plonk my knight in the center. I do like black's position.
This kind of reminds me of a reversed Marokzibine structure.
Yes.
Where in such a scenario, at some point h4, h5, h6 is going to come.
You mean from black side, yes?
From white side.
Oh, white will play this.
h4, h5, h6. But at that point of time, the e3 bishop is generally on the diagonal of a1, h8.
But
So,
Amruta, what a common idea here would be instead of h4, h5, maybe just f4, breaking this way. That could also be a very, very
Because
simple
now that
way.
you have bishop on e3, it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
For sure. Nice idea actually. F4 is really powerful.
Okay. So f4 may be on the cards.
Oh, look at the time. Van has 6 minutes,
Oh,
whereas
you and
Gukesh has
Thailand.
22 minutes. How many moves do they have to make?
They are on move 22, so 18 more moves to make in 6 minutes. Not easy for Thai Daiwan there.
And
in
Gukesh
by the way,
knows
do
that.
you see in the
He's
background, we see
Korobov.
Anton Korobov, the top seed of challengers, who was the sole leader yesterday after beating Vaishali because all other games ended in draws. He's there.
Oh, that does remind us. Maybe we can have a very quick look at the challengers section.
Can we have that sort of the overview of the challengers?
Yeah, the 5 boards.
Yeah, we can take a break later.
No,
and
break
then-
we don't need. We can just do
Yeah.
our.
Maybe we can see the challenges later after the
Yeah.
break. So then that can be fixed. So for now, let's continue with our coverage on the Masters. Going to the game of
Game of?
I wanted to go to the game of Bartel versus Rapport. And
By the way,
Amruta,
Sagar, a very quick question,
Yes.
completely non-related with this. You have to answer in 3 seconds. Today is 28th February.
Yes.
Will tomorrow be 29th February?
yes.
Oh, we have a leap year.
Yes.
That's why you're a leaping year.
No, and the
I
thing
mean,
is,
our youngsters here in this tournament are leaping giantly.
It's a very interesting
Yesterday
question.
already Prague went to, number 1 live rating list in India.
Yes.
And
Crossed
even Nordirbek
2750 for the first time. Nordirbek entered world top 10.
Yes.
So yes,
Like kangaroos, they're all leaping.
true. By the way, knight a3, king h7 played by Bartel, bishop went back, and d5. So Bartel playing in the center, Rapport trying to maybe win a pawn here, but it's not so easy because if you take, I play my bishop back, and then I chop your knight, and then I chop this pawn. So
But a major piece endgame would favor whom with the passed pawn?
no, but this is falling for sure. Like
You're
I just
losing
take,
that. You're losing that.
take, and I take, and that's a draw.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why he cannot
can't
go
do
there.
that.
He takes on d5, pawn takes, and now look at this move. Only Richard Rapport can do such stuff. Yeah.
D4?
D4.
Oh, crazy.
A square which is defended twice. Of course,
Twice.
of course, we know we can't take with the c pawn. We lose a piece. So clearly, he must take with the e pawn. But now, this is his point. He wants to spoil the structure.
Is he playing with the knight against that bishop?
So if you take here, he wants to take here. And now the move that we were thinking about, right? Bishop e7, queen b3. And it's a deep point. Takes, and let's ask our viewers here why this is a blunder. Queen d3, exactly, and that is why he played d4 move. And this is falling. So,
Wow.
kind of a deep idea there to push his pawn to d4.
I'm sure Bartel won't fall for that
No, he
trap,
won't
yeah?
fall for it, but
But he has to be careful.
he takes the pawn.
If he was in time pressure, then it was a very dangerous
Yeah.
one.
But I already feel like if you can't get this thing here, then isn't white already better with the b passer? Maybe, yeah, maybe. So Bartel, although the engine thinks it's equal, I feel humanly he has to be very careful, although it helps that he has 21 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. I like the idea of, I don't know, maybe you can just try it out. Queen f5.
Here,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does
very
it
good.
make any sense?
very nice. Just, yeah.
But b6, let's say, and d3, b7, bishop d4, queen d4. Ah, no. Now, sorry. Now there's nothing anyway. On b1 was also protected.
Yeah.
So now what?
Maybe just waiting. I don't see how this position is better for white because the b pawn is not running away. But you are right, Amruta, that this game can also get very sharp
Oh
with
yeah,
the
it
b pawn.
is. The endgame is getting sharp. We thought it will fizzle out, but it's not fizzling out.
So he takes on b4 there. He's taken it, and now we are expecting pawn takes and queen takes, very likely.
Richard is also able to surprise at many moments, right, with something so
Yeah.
interesting
Yeah.
in a plain position.
No,
sometimes.
he's also a very, very creative player. Just like Parham here.
We have seen the best games between Magnus and Richard and World Rapid.
Oh yes,
So
some
they
great
have
games.
been very good.
2022 World Blitz Championship. You should definitely check it out. Quickly going to the game. By the way, one result in. We have Vincent Keimer and David Navara drawing their game, which was very likely to happen.
So good
And
result for Czech Republic.
Yes, for the Czech fans here, it's a great result because I think David has started off this tournament very solidly. Pragnananda did go b5, Amruta.
Oh
Although
my God.
a move later.
But still
he
he considered it. I
did
thought
play.
he's not going to look at the b7 pawn at all.
he just improved his position. And by the way, the last move that Parham played was h3. And now came the move b5, gaining space on the queen side.
I didn't get h3 at all.
No, just keeping like aloof
The back
later.
rank maybe?
Yeah,
But
can be a
wasn't
useful
he
move.
constantly giving threats? I mean, this move h3 is a little slow for what he was aiming at.
But now what threat can you give is also the question.
Earlier, you could have gone rook f2, right? Or
But
was
then-
it a bad
But then
E4
your E4 pawn
pawn?
is hanging. Yeah, so like if you go here, for example, rook to F2, you are threatening F6, but then again knight D2 with the threat here, and you lose this pawn. So that is a big problem here for Parham. And the time has now almost equalized. Both players 13 minutes on the clock.
But if Parham cannot double the rooks on f5, then his whole plan has come to a standstill, because f6 is the only counterplay he has, if I'm not wrong. Or he will have to wait for Pragnananda.
Yeah. No, I agree. He has to actually now figure out what to do, but it's not so clear. And he is right now burning his time. He's down to 13 minutes. He has to make 13 more moves.
So everything is 13, yeah?
Yeah, 13, 13, 13 there.
What was 13 for you? Anytime, was it an unlucky number, a lucky number?
I think I never knew that 13 was unlucky or lucky, but then when I
You are
realized,
lucky that
when I
you never
realized
knew
that
that.
Garry Kasparov was the 13th world champion, and
He's born on 13th April.
really?
Yeah, of
Oh,
course. You
wow.
don't know Gary's birthday, or
That's
when it comes
amazing.
closer to time.
That's amazing. So he said, like, there's no lucky or unlucky number. He just makes his own luck. Oh, by the way, Parham, did he push his pawn to f6? What? Wow. He just
It's
gave up the
working
pawn.
here.
And Amruta, maybe your idea is in play. After pawn takes pawn, I have a feeling that this knight is jumping in.
But the timing, I thought f6 here, the
plays
evaluation
rook
is
f2.
not changing anything like drastic, Sagar.
Fantastic move by Parham.
One move, if we go back.
Amrita, what he did was, instead of your
Yeah.
idea, which was to play first rook f2 and then f6, which was actually being met by knight d2 with, now if you push, this knight takes the rook with a check.
In Czech Republic.
Yes. but he first gave the pawn, so that after take, now if you play knight d2, the rook simply takes the pawn and white is winning. Oh, and by the way, it's
White is winning.
Yes, white is completely better here. And so, this is not what is going to happen. Rook is come to f2. Pragnananda is thinking, because the f6 pawn is hanging. He has to figure out what to do. And I think we are going to be back very shortly, because we have a guest joining in our studio here, one of the players, and we will look over his game and also get his thoughts on the other game. Join us in a bit. Welcome back. We have Grandmaster Vincent Keimer with us. Vincent, welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
A solid result today, a
Yeah.
draw. We want to look at your game, which happened today. But before that, we have some big action going on in Pragnananda's board against Parham. Can we get your thoughts on what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, I just saw the opening and thought that at first maybe Prague got into some unpleasant position, but he found some very interesting ideas. And yeah, feeling-wise, I thought White achieved something when the light squared bishops came off the board. Because I felt like this bishop on e2 was not doing much, and on the other side, this bishop on f7 was a kind of beautiful piece. But of course, it was just like looking at the position, and now, I mean, there are no immediate problems, I think, for black.
So now we.
Here this looked kind of
You thought
nice
here
for
that
black, yeah.
for black it
Yeah.
looked good. Yes, all these weaknesses.
Yes,
here.
yes, of course. And this knight on h3 is a really poor piece. Yeah, like with knight on f3, things would be different. But somehow I didn't think that exchanging. Yeah, but I'm not sure. I mean.
You thought bishop c4 was not needed.
Yeah, but I understand. Yeah, because like he doesn't want to give away probably the knight, and this way he can keep both knights. So I think it's just a very weird position. Because there are the weaknesses, but you can't really win anything immediately. And of course, long term, you have some issues on the king side as black. So it's not easy.
And Parham has actually not much counterplay now, but that f6 move is what he's banking on. And that he managed to get in this game when Prague pushed this pawn to b5, which Amruta was not a very big fan of this move. She said, like, was it needed? And suddenly f6 came in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and again, the position is just very complicated. But yeah, now knight h6, I'm pretty sure, or queen h4 actually. Queen h4 also is a move. Yeah.
This is actually the live board right now.
Yeah. So after queen h4.
Oh, he went back 97.
Yes, he played 97. Queen h4, and then you are trying to sort of create play on the king side.
Yeah, but
rook
actually,
g3.
probably yeah, maybe knight d6 anyway. Yeah, and I will. Because I think I can't really take on. Maybe I can take on f6. I thought it's not so good because knight f6, rook f6, rook f6, rook f6, knight e8 forces queen trade, and I thought this has to be good for black. But
but
yeah.
here maybe there's something else. Yeah.
I mean, it's
he
queen
puts with
f6,
the
but
queen.
it's nothing dramatic. Yeah, it's playing
It's a
for
draw. Yeah, I think for Parham a draw might be pretty okay. No, after
Well, in this position, I don't think he will be happy with a draw. I mean,
Really?
objectively, I think it might be fine, but if you ask him, he will not say it's fine. So I'm pretty sure he will not like a draw here.
Yeah, I think we all know Parham is that guy
Yes.
who wants
Yeah,
to
yeah.
win at all costs.
No,
Yeah,
I mean, like if you give him such a position, he will try. Yeah, I mean, and I think it's not unreasonable to try here. I mean, he also does it sometimes when it's not that reasonable, but here he really has also reason to try. Like just this knight h6, knight e6, queen h4. It's kind of difficult for black to make a move.
right.
I think this is, of course, on the other side, you also have no real threat. Yeah, so it's kind of a difficult situation for both players. But I think it's, I mean, knowing Parham, he will not like try to liquidate this for sure. Because like otherwise, I think queen h4 is a very, very natural move.
You know, Vincent, we made a sort of a comparison today. Tell us if this makes sense to you. We said that Parham is like Mikhail Tal, who likes to attack, and Prague is a lot like Viktor Korchnoi, who is very accurate in his defense. So Tal had a very bad score with Korchnoi. And do you think that is a very valid sort of a comparison or not really?
It's difficult to say because I think Parham is not that much a sacrifice kind of guy, but the initiative. Yeah, so for him, I think initiative is like where he's best at. For Prague, yeah, I mean, he's kind of like the all-round rounder with precision. Yeah, that's I would say. I think it's very hard to like give him one specific strength, but at the same time, you'll also not find like real weakness. Yeah, so that's kind of I think. For Parham, he's much more like.
You can kind of categorize him.
Yeah,
but
it's
not so easy
easier,
to do
exactly.
for Prague.
But
Got it.
yeah, okay, exactly. I didn't play queen h4.
He played knight at 6.
Yeah.
He's coming to
okay,
f5.
knight d6 will be played rather quickly, I would assume. I mean,
Prague is thinking
unless
here.
there's something like, but no, I don't see. I mean, knight d2, rook e3. Although, yeah, knight d2 feels so wrong. I can't imagine him actually playing this.
But yeah, I mean, it's played by the didn't move. And
Yeah, but it feels wrong.
yes, it looks scary. You're bringing your knight into the camp, and then f5 is a bit weak. And
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's just a very weird situation that after rook e3, maybe knight f5 is not even a threat. Yeah, because like even if you take on d4, e4, you will get a pog. So basically, there's no real threat even
that's
at the
true.
moment,
That's true.
which is very weird. Yeah, you have this hanging knight on d2 and knight f5 is in the air, but still, it's nothing dramatic yet. So, but okay, this is just. I think I'm pretty sure, like, if I was black, I would play knight d6 rather quickly, like, to somehow defend this f5 square. Yeah, this really feels like
yeah.
you should not. I mean, also the time situation doesn't really allow for, like, some fancy business. So
True.
I think.
True. And they have to still make 10 more moves in this time control.
Yeah, I mean, although maybe if he just wants to draw, he can try to just go knight d2, knight c4. Yeah, that's Prague. I mean.
But I don't think even Prague would go for it.
No, but okay, knight d6, queen h4, you really have to find the move. Yeah, it's
knight
not.
d6, queen h4.
I mean, queen e6 would come to my mind, simply to get out of this kind of pin.
Yes.
But
But yeah, suddenly it's getting a bit risky for
Yeah,
white,
it's a-
for black as well.
yeah, there's simply no next move. Yeah, I mean, what's your next move?
c5, b4.
Okay, but c5, you give me the d5 score. Yeah, I think you'll regret.
Yeah, no, it
You'll
looks
regret.
dangerous.
So, of course, knight d2 in that sense then has some justification for sure.
Brilliant. Yeah, thank you, Vincent, for giving your thoughts here. It gives us this sort of human touch of Super GM analyzing it. Before we go to your game, one more game just going on here. You think that black is very comfortable here, or?
Yeah, now for sure, yeah. I mean, the king will probably have some issues.
On h2,
Yeah.
yes?
I mean, simply white's problem is that, I mean, I would love to push c5. If I get c5, I will
Yes.
basically be winning, but I will never get to push c5 because this knight on d5, I mean, this is kind of a nice piece, but also very stupid in a way. Yeah,
This knight is like that, looking
Yeah.
beautiful but doing nothing.
yeah, it's kind of very stupid
Ah.
there actually. So, yeah, it feels very dangerous. Like even something like e4, d4, bishop d5, c d5, f4, and all the dark squares is something that I'm thinking about.
Sorry, king g1,
Yeah,
e4,
e4, which is probably not very good, but it's like has some.
and f4.
Ah, no,
yes.
king's on g1 already. Yeah?
He played king g1 now.
Okay, no,
He
I thought it's
played
back
it.
to. Then my idea doesn't make any sense.
Oh,
anymore.
that's why you were using.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I
why
was-
he moved his king to
Yeah,
g1.
I wanted to play e4, take when you have an f4 and use this diagonal, but of course now this is.
Now
not
he
really,
went back.
Yeah.
But now there is this h3 pawn which is slightly soft and can fall in
Yeah,
some
but I think
lines.
b5 will be brutal. Yeah. B5.
Oh, b5.
And then bc, and you will get e4 as well. Okay, probably something like queen d2 has to be played, because then after bc4, dc4, at least d4 is hanging. But yeah, I mean, it's not a good position for sure.
Got it.
Also
So
very
Gukesh-
low on time, yeah? Like on seconds already, white.
Yeah, 37 seconds.
Yeah,
How many
yeah.
moves are there?
Okay,
They
so
have to make 10 more moves.
yeah, this
That's
is-
tough.
This is not
That's
at all
not good.
easy. This is, and we have two results today. Nodirbek and Vidit drew.
Okay.
I think Vidit was trying to press with that extra pawn,
Yeah,
but was
but-
never really.
Yeah, opposite color bishops are just very drawish.
Unless Nodirbek yesterday, yeah, he
Okay, but this was too much already. Yeah, this is. I mean,
he,
not
he
like you're
converted.
guaranteed to draw, but here.
So this was an easy draw here between
Yeah.
them, and then Bartel versus Richard.
Bartel is now fine. Yeah, he was always fine, or
Yeah, he was always okay, but it felt like
Yeah, now-
Rapport had this d4 move which he played here, and that was I think a nice moment in this game. He pushed
Yeah.
his pawn, but then
yeah, now it looks
It
like
just
it will
fizzled
just
out.
be a draw. Yeah, that's what it feels like.
so yeah, this will end in a
Yeah.
draw.
Also rather soon, I would assume. Yeah, this is not much left.
And Vincent, in your game, we saw it right out of the opening. I think you had a very solid position. You also played this against someone before we were checking the same line.
Yeah, this I had against Pretke, but
Yeah,
he played
Pretke.
bishop a2. Yeah, this
Ah.
was different. I mean, it's a very different approach. Basically, bishop a2 is it was a very interesting idea, which also then Niepo used in Weikansi to beat Ding, with bishop a2. I mean, this
Instead
game.
of c3 or?
No, here, castles and bishop a2. Basically, there's both moves. Bishop c2 is like the main move that everybody normally plays, but bishop a2, it is like some very interesting idea, because at some point then White started to play with h3 and g4. Yeah, basically you need this bishop for your attack, and he won a very nice game, Niepo, in Weik. So, yeah, but bishop c2 is the like classical positional approach. And yeah, knight d2, I'm not exactly sure like about the move orders here, if I can play b4 or d5 already here.
But you just kept it very solid?
Yeah, I mean...
Did you know the game Aronian with the white piece?
Schweritz. Aronian Schweritz actually reached the same position here after take. He went knight g3.
Yeah, knight g3 felt more natural, yeah. But
the game was knight g3, b4, bishop d2,
yes.
and then bc, and then
Rook
at some
A4,
point
rook
Aronian
H4.
went rook a4, rook h4, like a little
that's
creative.
Yeah, I'm not. It might have been a bit dangerous actually if he played like perfectly here, but I think the way it went in the game, it was also interesting. Yeah, he put his bishop on b3 and was just trying to kind of create an attack with knight h4. And I mean, I played this e4, and also in the game it worked, but I'm not entirely sure it actually works. I mean, during the game it felt like it
But
felt okay.
e4 was such a sort of a move where you said, I'm sort of clarifying everything with
No,
this
but
move.
okay, I need to do something, yeah? Like knight f5 I can't just allow.
Right.
So if I play, let's say...
I was thinking
knight
bishop e6 maybe.
Okay, but bishop e6 still, I will, I mean, take? I was
Take
not
rook
sure.
e6 and
Yeah,
then
and
bishop
then,
f8
like-
back, just trying to hold it. And
Yeah, it's possible. But also bishop e6, there's always bishop a4, which is annoying.
Yes,
and then I have
yes.
to go back,
yeah,
and
yeah.
then knight
True,
f5.
true.
So, I mean, yeah, I think probably here bishop a4 he would have played. And if I go queen c8 or something, then just bishop c4. Yeah, this was. But maybe I can go queen c8 with the idea of bishop c4, bishop e6. But then queen f3 might be an issue, because then like bishop c4, dc4, and h6 is hanging. But okay, yeah.
And there's always potential for
Yeah,
an
there's
attack.
potential, yes. So in general, like if I didn't find a way to completely neutralize the attack, and then I thought it's better to just not even get there, and I was trying to play with e4 some concrete ideas. Yeah, actually here at first I thought I can go rook e4.
Here,
Yeah, because
yes.
like if I go knight e4, then simply bishop f7, king f7, rook e4, queen f3, and he's
Yes,
up a pawn. Yeah, this
yes.
doesn't work.
Yes.
So this is like kind of natural that this doesn't
Also,
work.
by the way, here there was this move queen h5.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to also show. That first I wanted to play rook takes e4 as black, not knight e4, because I thought, okay, the same thing now doesn't work for white. Yeah, rook e4, knight e4, bishop 7, king f7, queen f3, I have knight f6, but now simply take and queen h5, and probably I'm just close to lost. So this
So
was...
here queen h5,
yeah,
yes.
it was kind of a shock that I
Yes.
missed this from far. But I mean, I had this g5 idea already in my mind, and again, it's very complicated. Of course, he has this move knight f5.
Yes, but then you just take, right, on f5.
Yeah, I think I can just take the two pieces and probably it's fine. But because at first I thought I can
First
go
take
knight
on
e4,
b3, yes.
yeah, to create something, but knight e4 I think is just lost after bishop f7, which is brutal. Because now king f7, queen h5, and because g6 is defended, I will lose everything.
My god.
Yeah, this is like, it's only one piece attacking, but still it's enough. So yeah, I think I would have to take on, I mean, also I was considering queen d6 here.
Instead of
Yeah, now
knight
just
e4.
queen d6 attacking g3, but I think then bishop a4 was annoying me. Knight e4, and now very important move I thought queen f3, which is like unnatural, but yeah. I mean,
Beautiful. Yeah.
it's very complicated position, but I think also what he was afraid of is that I can simply take on b3, take the two pieces, and then probably there's simply no issue. But it feels like a bit weird with the knights, yeah? Like,
Yeah, they are all loose.
yeah,
That's the
they're very
main-
loose, but maybe it's just fine.
And you, when you played g5, you were a bit tensed. Like yesterday, also you went g5, and today
Okay,
it's
but
different.
I
Yes.
mean, yesterday I knew the move. Today I was just thinking like maybe it's a good idea. And of course G4 is kind of draw offer,
Draw
yeah.
offer.
But I also didn't see anything else, so yeah. I mean, also at least the bar didn't make any huge jumps, so it seems like
No,
it was.
it
kind
was a
of
very solid game
solid,
and
clean game.
nicely done. Also, a draw at Bartel versus
Yeah.
Richard.
But okay, this was we already expected. Yeah?
Yes. While we just oh, by the way, this has happened in Prague. Maybe
Moved
Prague
up
goes
to
for a
nine.
draw. Yes.
No, but he didn't. Yeah. Like he went knight d2, but not knight c4. This no, I am
Queen
not happy.
e6.
I think this was not a good idea.
You think Prague is kind of overstretching this, yes?
What means overstretching? I think he should have like. I don't understand his point of playing knight d2 now.
Yeah.
Because now rook will go to
goes
g3 in one move.
Ah, now if you go back, rook
Yeah.
g3.
I mean, it's in one move, so basically we lost the tempo. I don't really understand why we lost that tempo. But I understand, yeah, it's also kind of weird. I mean, he's pawn up, he has very nice squares, and still he's supposed to just make a draw, but...
But you just sense it, yeah, that Parham is coming
No,
close to your
Parham
king.
is surely, yeah, but okay, it's kind of principle, yeah, that Parham is normally attacking you if it's right or not. But the question is that if you feel it's right, yeah, and here probably it was, yeah, he has great feeling for dynamics, yeah, that's for sure.
By the way, Vincent, one question to you. Like yesterday, you played like this 23, 20. I think Prague was prepared till move 23.
Yeah.
Till what point were you prepared?
I mean, depends, yeah? Like, basically, I didn't check this line before the game, so it's just what I had in my mind from the time that I checked it. But of course, like in my file, it's everything, yeah? So basically, just this whole idea I played with bishop f5, rook a8.
Just
it's
take on c3.
Yeah, it's the same thing, and I remember everything. Basically, if I take, then he has to take my piece back on h5. Queen h5, bishop h5, knight e5, bishop e5, d5, bishop f7. There was some beautiful rook f8 idea. That after bishop h5, there was bishop g4. And then I sacrifice.
Wait, let me just pull up the game because this is too interesting to.
Yeah, no, this was.
Maybe we don't have that game here.
Yeah, but simply basically, the thing is that because I was not entirely sure after. I spent quite some time for queen g8 because I knew that queen g8 was an idea somewhere, but because I didn't check it before the game, I had to. Yeah, I mean, I knew it's an idea, and then I figured out it's probably here. And then when he played his moves, then suddenly all the memories came back, yeah? And I think this was like a slight moment of relief that, now I remember. And that's exactly when I make the huge mistake of not including dc3, yeah? Because basically if I include dc3, we just go home in the next 20 minutes. Yeah, it's just a draw. And like this, it's just immediately lost, which is insane, yeah? That basically I didn't even get to play a game, I just like mixed up one move, like didn't include dc3, and the same thing is just lost instead of draw, yeah?
You know, we were discussing yesterday, Amruta and me, on the commentary that you played this sort of freestyle chess where you have to think right from move 1.
Yeah, no, this
and
was very different.
And this was like you knew till move 23. What would you prefer? Like which one is?
Okay, it's both part of our game, no?
Both you like both. So.
Yeah, no, I think it's the best to have both in the chess world. Yeah, like I don't want to stop classical chess, but I also. For sure, like I'm happy to have freestyle chess there as well. That's
but also
clear.
After coming from Germany immediately, in some sense, this tournament, is it like any different there?
After playing freestyle.
Yeah, because that had required different mindset.
You played Bundesliga.
Yes.
Yeah, I played. Of course, it's a bit different, but it actually doesn't feel that different. Oof. This is.
Knight c5, rook f5 is on the board.
Why rook? I'm very confused.
What would you have done instead of rook
okay,
f5?
I will put the knight on f5 normally, yeah? So I'm like confused.
Well, your move is the best according to the
No,
engine,
I mean, it's
so.
just, but it's like the move anyone would play in a bullet game normally, yeah? Just put knight on f5 and try to mate.
Yeah.
Why not have it over here after knight f5?
No, it looks horrible.
I don't know why. I think he just
Probably
was going
rook-
to f5 and
probably
maybe
rook
touched his
G8.
rook. Or something like that, yeah?
Rook g8 and...
Rook g8.
Yeah, rook g8 is...
Because you did mention that actually this is not hanging.
Yeah, this is the very weird thing, but... Yeah, rook g8 probably was his problem. But okay, even something like king h2 just doing nothing, it feels so bad, this position for black. Like, because there's really no next move, yeah? That's kind of the problem. I mean, I can even go rook e2, but then knight c4 still I don't really want to take on d4, I think, yeah? Even though it's not like a fork anymore, but this pawn is just, just go back. And
Yeah. This pawn would become very strong.
yeah, so rook f5 is understandable, but now probably if you find some brilliant defense, it seems okay, yeah?
What is the defense?
What is white's threat actually?
Rook h5, knight f5. Yeah, that's very...
rook h5, knight
H5,
f5.
knight
Very,
f5.
very simple,
Yeah,
very
it's
clear.
it's basically clear that rook h5 is going to be in the next move pretty much no matter what, I think. there's like if you don't play b4 or take on e4, there's not really a way that he's not gonna play rook h5. I think.
And Vincent, he has just 1 minute 50 seconds.
How many moves?
7 moves.
but
to
that's
make.
okay.
That's okay?
That's okay.
Knight d3, rook h5, knight f4.
Aha, knight d3, rook h5, knight f4. Yeah, that's interesting, Amruta, to bring your...
Rook h5.
Yeah, I think knight g4 is a problem. Yeah, you can't really defend f6 then.
What did he do, Prague?
b4.
b4. What? Prague is playing on the queen side here.
No, but it's yeah, I understand because rook h5 is no huge threat. You can just play something like even ignore and the next move just defend f7. But here it
Prague is like saying now your b2 is weak.
yeah, but b2 is important actually. Yeah.
Yes, because then the a pawn becomes very strong and
So it's basically he's forcing Parham to really mate him.
yes.
But maybe he will get mated and then
And Parham is like, okay, I anyway wanted to mate you for many moves. So this
yeah.
is
So rook h5. We can take b2 or not because it feels very wrong to do so. But yeah, it's wrong move. Okay.
take
You can actually take wow.
and knight f5.
No, but just queen
Just
f7.
queen f7. Ah, okay.
Nothing.
So you hang in there.
Okay, so basically, what's white's move? Because
yeah.
then that's difficult here to find a good move here. Like if rook h5 is so bad, then
And also it's very difficult to kind of see some retreating moves like rook f2 with the idea of knight f5. I mean, when you put your rook there, right?
no,
So
but you think rook f2 is good or?
yeah, I mean, the engine says it's the best move.
Okay, so rook f2 and rook b2. Then what's happening?
Rook f2 is unnatural, no? Because last move he played rook f5.
And then put this rook here somehow, and
Okay, but this is nearly
not-
impossible.
this is not possible to
I
find.
think he will not. What's the second line? Is
Instead
there
of rook
another
f2,
good move or is
yes, yes. There, I think there are several moves. One is queen g4.
Okay, he will also not play queen g4, I think. No, then Prague is okay.
Prague is okay. But if rook f2, then Parham is winning.
I mean, rook g3 is queen h2, rook b2, rook g3 is possible. Like the first.
king h2, rook b2. Oh, that's also good.
Yeah, if he finds this, I think he will win with white because this will just.
But why did you play king h2 first? Like, why did you not?
Okay, because e4 is hanging after rook g3. Yeah, so and anyway,
So
I will be
you-
in something like rook c2, rook c1. So I'm making like a very
So you-
beautiful prophylactic
Oh,
move. but
that king
it's
h2 is actually a
but
great.
I think
move.
that's more like because Parham is kind of the hardcore attacker, but he can find such moves. But it's of course very difficult. But looking at the moves that engine suggests, this is the one I would say is humanly most likely. Yeah, it's like a very high class move.
Yes.
King h2.
No, I
Because
like this
rook
a lot.
f2 is simply kind of stupid but works. But king h2 really has soul. That's
Correct. It's improving your position. Humanly, you just feel you have done something useful there.
that's it. It's but Parham also not going low on time. No, I mean this game is still very much 3 results.
Mm.
This is. I mean, in Gukesh, just to check.
Gukesh actually, after king g1, they played so many moves. He went bishop f7, didn't go b5. Bit of a surprise there.
So he just.
He's just waiting, and then finally went b5, rook e2, rook c8, and actually Thaidaiwan now sacked an exchange. Maybe helps him, yeah, in some
Yeah,
ways.
I mean, surely helps him. I mean, position, of course, it's bad, but it's not lost.
And this is what we have right now.
Okay, but still, it's not. He's not enjoying. Yeah,
He's exchanged
not
down,
enjoying.
and yeah, his
just queen
position is
c4.
queen
I
c4.
don't understand why Gukesh is thinking. Because rook c4 also works. Bishop d5, queen f6. Okay, then that makes some sense to think.
Hmm.
Actually, then rook c4 is maybe even more human.
Because take bishop d5, there is this queen f6. Ooh,
Yeah.
Nice, nicely spotted there. Okay, so Gukesh clearly pressing here and
Yeah, but
going
this
back
is
to.
the-
Oh, he takes with the rook.
Yeah, it's the human move. Yeah.
And now.
Because you don't really want to you have this f5 weakness, and you don't really want to put the queen away from the king.
Yes.
Of course, there's some. I mean, it's very close to getting some mate on with queen h5 knight g6, but it doesn't work. So I think.
Oh, yes.
But
If
it's kind
this
of close, yeah, at least.
here.
Like if a queen could go to h4, it will be mate after queen e5, yeah. But no, of course, there's no threat here. Yeah, it's just about that.
Yeah. Just move the rook.
Yeah. No, so Gukesh is clearly doing very well, but the Prague position is.
Oh, he
Oof,
played
picked-
queen
okay,
g4.
No, he's just such a beast. Yeah, queen g4 is wow. Okay, but what's the idea? Let me understand. Like rook b2 and what?
Yeah, let's have Prague and Parham's video here and let's see.
No, simply rook g3, yeah? Okay, it's very easy.
He just
Oh, I
wants.
was just, blind. And of course, queen g4 is you're just mating. Okay, so rook b2, rook g3, rook... Oof. Can you show this? Rook b2,
Rook b2, yes.
rook g3,
Yeah.
rook b7, and rook f6 is mate, I think. Yes,
Oh,
queen g8.
so pretty, so pretty.
Yes.
What a deflection. If the queen takes
On
the
g4,
mate
rook
on
g4,
g8.
yeah? No, queen g4, I think rook g4, yeah? It will be the...
Or you can take on f8, but this also
Yeah.
very cool. Wow.
Yeah, now this... Okay, no, but then he's in... Okay.
He's in trouble. He's down to 18 seconds. You can literally feel it
yeah,
that
yeah,
Prague
I
is.
think he's... Yeah, this is very bad.
No, this is difficult now.
No, the way in which Parham has sort of viewed this
Yeah,
together.
but this is his...
This is his
This
forte.
is,
Yeah.
This is
He goes rook b8 back.
first line. Wow, it's good. Yeah, according to Engine was
3
fine.
seconds on the clock.
But it's natural, yeah, because he wants to defend g7 with the queen, and he needs to protect g8. Yeah, so that after rook
But
g3 he has
Now what?
just queen e7 or
queen
queen
e7.
d7. Because now on f8 there's no mate.
But is it easy to choose because one is a good move, other one is a blunder. Queen e7 or queen d7.
Okay, but queen e7 is also the more natural move. So
Because
I
you
think-
keep f6 under
But
control.
the only reason why queen d7 even comes to mind is because you still have this stupid knight on d2 that's kind of hanging in the air.
Yes.
But yeah, queen e7.
Oh, he blunders. He goes queen
Yeah.
d7.
Okay, but still they're so low on time.
But why is this a blunder is not so clear.
No, absolutely not.
Not so
I
clear.
wouldn't
is
be,
it?
I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be too worried about this yet. I mean, they're gonna make a lot of mistakes with that time and this position. This is. I mean, they're still playing extremely high level. It's simply that okay, we're sitting here with an engine and thinking, oh, it's so easy and nice, yeah. So,
No one's
okay,
thinking
like,
it's easy.
If
yes,
we were there, we would probably.
for sure, for sure.
Okay. Also, there are some ideas. Let's say if you ever play queen h4 and rook h5 again, then you might get into some trouble with queen a7 even. Yeah, the queen can also come from this side, and knight f1. So
Wow, e7.
yeah, they're
Wow.
like very
Yeah,
a lot of
counter-attacking
ideas.
ideas.
But okay, queen h4 seems to be the right move. And
Yes.
But also, yeah, king h2 is kind of brutal, yeah, because then he has. I mean, still, I think playing this against Parham, he should be the favorite with white. Also, simply because the position is better. But how many moves? Okay, only
Four
four.
moves. 4 more moves to make in
Oh, like
2
if this
minutes.
was after move 40, Prague would really have some issues. But I think as long as they're
4 moves, whatever happens. Yeah, if,
yes,
Prague
a lot
is
can
able to.
happen. But I think if the position stays the same for 4 more moves, then it will be very tough.
Right. Time is the only thing that can help Prague here. But at the same time, defense is also tougher, right, with lesser time. So
Depends, yeah, because at some moment, like attack will switch into you have to find a winning idea, or otherwise you're like
Yes.
nothing made sense. And when you have to prove this with little time, it's also extremely difficult.
I
So
agree.
there's this aspect as well. But yeah, I think queen h4 is. Yeah, I mean because there's no other idea. to
Yes,
go-
f6, just
to go
attack
forward.
f6 with queen here and the rook. That's the point. But
But we never
Then-
thought the
then he
game
goes
will
queen
turn
e7.
it this way.
yeah,
right? I mean, Prague was always
had
the
a
better
nice
one.
position too. But Parham is very, very good at.
Actually, also it's a question after queen h4, rook g6 is a threat already or not?
Rook. Oh,
Yeah, because
so
there's
if you
some-
go queen e7, there is this move rook g6 or what?
No, now not.
Not.
Because you protect f6.
Yes.
Now that's not even a question, but without the defending of f6, it might be. But okay, anyway, you have to
But then
defend
I-
f6.
yes,
Yeah,
I have to do it. So
Oh yeah, queen e7.
did he play? No, he's playing king h2. He's going for king h2. You can just sense it from his
Yeah,
hand.
but that's also not good for Prague.
Oh, king h1.
Yeah.
He doesn't
it's-
want to be in the check of the knight. In
Yeah,
fact,
this
much
is-
better, no, practically.
Oh yes, that makes
okay,
sense. He didn't want
so-
knight f1 and to come with a check if the king went to
And the
h2.
question is, like, if Engine says now queen e7 is best move, we can be pretty sure that Prague will not play it. Yeah, because if he would
Yes.
have would wanted to go to e7, he would have done it the move before. Like for me, I would love to get something like a3. Yeah.
a3 as black.
Yeah, because you open up this b file. Yeah, if you.
Oh, he makes a terrible blunder. Like the engine just goes. Like,
5 seconds he had on the clock.
Oh no, but this is, yeah, he just lost. Okay.
oh, look at this.
Yeah, okay, this is
And
over now. Yeah,
Knight
it's
e6,
gone.
and he just blundered the f6 pawn there. Oh, what a big blunder.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is
look at him, he's so
completely lost.
disappointed.
Look at him. In one move, it just shifted.
No, but okay, it shifted before already. Yeah, the problem was, yeah, basically the problem was that Parham got his initiative, and I think Prague probably missed the moment to make a draw. Because like I was telling you, yeah, he's not gonna play for a draw, Parham, that's for sure.
No, you kind of judged everything very precisely. I was not very
But
sure.
It's also like the way that things
We resign.
go in the game. Yeah, basically Prague has a nice position, and suddenly he's on the defensive side, and there are quite many things he has to consider, and it's very difficult.
Wow. Vincent, there are some brilliant insights there, and Parham just wins this game. He becomes the sole leader of the tournament, 2 out of 2. And yeah, you can see Prague completely.
Yeah, I also suffered to him already. So
with Parham, yes, in the Bundesliga
yeah.
game.
So
That was a very crucial one. Baden,
kind of,
Freienheim.
but not too much, because we had not really a chance to win even a single game, and even
Yes.
like a 4-4 wouldn't have helped us. But of course, it didn't help that I lost in that match.
True.
Tomorrow is the rematch.
Yeah.
Oh, tomorrow are you
Yeah,
taking
yeah.
Parham? Oh, taking
But at
on-
least I'm white. That's improving life.
And,
Yeah.
and I think you now, I mean, you always knew him very well, but kind of tomorrow is going to be very exciting with all this background, you know, you joining us here, we seeing Parham's game. So we are very excited, Vincent. Are you enjoying in Prague this tournament? Not like result-wise, but just here, the environment, so many things happening, the festival and so on.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm here for the 3rd time in a row now. So, I mean, first time I played the Challengers group, which back then was like very strong. Yeah, and that year we played with Nodirbeck and Niemann. We're all in that group, so it was like extremely strong. And last year was also nice experience. But yeah, it's always a very tough tournament, because you always have a lot of like ambitious players in the field. It's not like, you know, everybody really wants to win, and you can feel it, and you need a lot of energy to play well here.
Brilliant. Well, Vincent, thank you for spending time with us and taking us through these games. It was very enjoyable, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a short break, and on returning, we will be following Gukesh's game against Nguyen Thai Daiwan, and maybe we'll have Parham joining us to take us through his game.
Stay still, still by my side. So pretty and so kind.
I love your leather eyes, reflecting my clothes bright. You've got to be under your skin. I'm flying in a dream. I love your leather look, reflecting my love's good. I love your leather look.
Welcome back, everyone. Amruta, what a day of chess. We have had a game that had decisive result and 3 draws.
Yes, and at the last moment in Parham's game, everything changed. But as Vincent said, it was not the last moment.
Yeah.
The pressure was building. Maybe later we should go through it again. But right now, how many games are going
There's
after
just
40
one
moves?
game in Masters going on between Gukesh and Yuan Thaidaiwan. And as you rightly pointed out, I would love to go over the game of Parham against Pragnananda. But I'm also thinking that Parham will join us and we can go over the game with him.
Oh, that
So-
would be wonderful. So let's wait for him. And in the meantime, can we look at Gukesh's game?
Yes, that would be the best thing to do. Let's go to Gukesh's game. This is the live board position that we have right now after move 40. Both of them have got 30 minutes on the clock. Thaidaiwan could actually have taken the pawn on d4 here. This was hanging. He could have picked it up. And although Gukesh is an exchange up, it's not going to be an easy thing to win such a position because the knight is well placed, the pawns are very solid, so it's not so
Oh
simple.
yeah, what's the plan? Because I would love to have the bishop on that h1a diagonal. It looks beautiful.
You mean here, yes, for black?
The black bishop, yes. But then if you look at the pawns, you feel like you want to create a passer. But you can't.
You mean for white?
No, for black.
where
I'm
passer?
talking about Gukesh is an exchange up, right?
Yeah, yeah,
so how
true.
is he, you asked
No,
me, how
it's-
is he going to win?
It's not easy, but you know, in the game, Thaidaiwan actually listened to what you said, that he didn't want the bishop to come on this diagonal perhaps, and so he pushed his pawn to b5, stopping bishop c6.
But bishop c8 you can go. Oh, Gukesh doesn't care about that.
Yeah, Gukesh goes for doubling of the rooks on the c file. Maybe he wants to come in here to c1 and
Oh, what a nice idea, because rook c1 and bishop b5 at some point could be a big pressure.
absolutely. So if you play rook takes d4, that would be a terrible blunder because rook c1, and now when the queen moves up, you have bishop b5, and that is game over. So clearly now that pawn cannot be taken, but then I guess the idea is to just play a4.
Not knight d3, you don't want to stop rook c1.
Possible to put your knight here on d3 square.
Actually, I was a little scared that the rook is entering the back rank,
Yeah.
but computer hates the knight d3
No, the
very much.
thing is that maybe then the bishop can come to c4, and that is also something that you have to take care of, that bishop e6 to c4. And when I have my knight on f4, that is not possible because here bishop e6 means that I can already take and then take on d4. That is perhaps the easiest way to go here. So for now, it seems like this game is in that phase where both players have time, and it can you know, either sort of equalize for Thaidaiwan or Gukesh can just sort of win it, because this maybe 1 or 2 moves are very crucial ones. What happens?
Honestly, I didn't expect that this would be the game which will go on after 40 moves.
True. By the way, he's playing something. It doesn't feel like he's going a4.
I think knight, but then he won't go knight d3.
No, he's not going for knight d3. It felt like he was going to touch the rook somehow.
Or maybe the king, removing it from the back rank. Can he consider a move like king h2? Rook c1, queen
Yeah,
e2,
no,
but it looks
it
so
looks-
bad.
it doesn't look
so
good. It
bad.
doesn't
I
look
agree
good
with you
there.
completely.
I was also thinking if we can just simply go here and take with the queen on d4, but these trades are actually in black's favor.
Oh my god, just as
I
you were
said.
talking about it.
Just as I said that this looks in black's favor, he has done it. And I think for Gukesh, take, and now next move, maybe just even g5 pushing the knight away. Where will this knight go?
Oh, he's not even thinking. Gukesh was almost about to
Yeah,
make a
Gukesh
move.
is very happy. Gukesh is very happy. He trades the queen instantly. Rook takes d4, and now I guess he will think, because there are many possibilities for him here. there is a move like rook c1 that can come in, g5 is possible. Amruta, not to forget that you can reroute your bishop from e8 to f7. So,
Okay, I think I got it very wrong.
very quickly, you know, he does it. He just simply goes bishop e8. What is he? How is
the
he
back
playing so
rank, Sagar,
quickly?
the back rank is a very important factor in this game. You
yeah.
don't need pass pawns or anything.
Yeah.
That bishop and a back rank is a very good
but
advantage.
you can always like move your king up, right? King g2 and get
Still,
your
the back
bishop
rank
out.
is weak because the light squares are weak. And that knight on f4 is not permanent. That's one big problem when they can be attacked by the pawns. They can be pushed away.
I'm actually a bit surprised, Amruta. Let's imagine as white, I just move my king up. As you said, back rank is an issue. Maybe the problem
g5,
here,
g4 later at some point.
either g5 but also rook d7. And what you essentially want to do as black is trade rooks.
Oh
and
no,
then,
I would not consider such a move. Really, it feels like rook c1. You want to go rook c1.
Yes, that's possible. I mean, of course, it looks very active. But when you trade one pair of rooks, when you have two rooks, opponent has one, and you are exchange up. If you trade one pair of rooks, it just kind of completely neutralizes your opponent's any counterplay. Now it's like sort of one-way traffic.
And now you want to collect the pawns, yeah, the
Yeah.
a3.
Now the
because
rook just
is
enters and has no one to stop it.
This is a very good point. Just
So-
exchange that one pair of rooks and there is no counterplay.
And I think that's why Gukesh went bishop e8. It was for actually preparing rook d7 to trade a pair of rooks.
But it can be misjudged because the idea seems like g5 and bishop h5, that sort of
Yeah.
something. But let's see what Guen does.
He's also actually, I'm a bit surprised, Amruta, that with getting 30 minutes additional on the clock, the players are actually rushing to make their moves. They are not taking enough time to think. Playing very
Guen,
quickly.
Yeah. By the way, Guen, when I have to say his name, like, do I have to say Guen or Thai or Dai or Wan? I get confused which one to use
Well,
for one name.
I don't know. I generally call him as Thai Daiwan, and of course Guen is also possible.
Because in
there-
India we have two names and name and surname, so
Yeah.
you're a little bit confusing.
I think we should definitely ask someone or maybe ask him about this. But on our screen, it's written Van Guen.
Okay.
So bishop e8 played. And now Thai Daiwan is thinking here.
Yeah, wasn't it such a beautiful time? Vincent had joined in, shared his
Yes.
thoughts about all the games, also his own game. Yesterday we were so curious about the game with Pragnananda. We would really wanted to hear his thoughts.
Yeah.
And
No, it was
It was
fantastic.
amazing.
I mean, one of the most level-headed people out there, Vincent Keimer.
and also his trainer Peter Lecco, a well-known commentator. So you know Vincent has these elements in him when he's talking.
Yes. No, he's and also not just you know, I mean, when you spend a lot of time with your trainer like Peter Lecco, you know, the storytelling, the many of the things, the way in which you speak also rubs off, and that just shows in the way Vincent speaks. It's enjoyable to talk to him, and Thai Daiwan about to make a move puts his bishop on d3, which is logical.
But then rook d7, right? What you showed.
Yes.
Bishop f5, rook
think.
d4, bishop c8, bishop b5.
No, but Amruta, you just missed that there is a check on c1
Oops.
in between. So if you go here and you
Blunder.
take this, I will interpose it with a check first and then pick up your rook. So that doesn't work.
You're always here to find my mistakes.
No,
I
no.
like it. No. You should be here to find my mistakes, Sagar. What? No, that's your job here. You're so
Yes.
lucky.
That's true. But I mean, I can actually be very, very sure that Gukesh goes rook d7 here. I mean, maybe it's not the right time to.
If he
sort
goes
of,
rook d7, you get a chocolate, Sagar.
not a chocolate. I don't need anything, Amruta, but I think Gukesh really goes rook d7 because that was his plan with bishop e8, and with bishop d3, it becomes even more obvious that you do this, because if the rook moves away, there is g5 and you just lose the bishop. And I'm actually
By the way, as of now, Parham is the sole leader, 2 out
Yes.
of 2.
Yes.
And on 1.5,
Nodirbek.
it's only Nodirbek. And if Gukesh wins right
then
now,
he would
then
join.
he would also join 1.5.
Yeah.
So it's a very important game for Gukesh. He has 29 minutes, Van Goghen has 14 minutes. After 40 moves were over, Gukesh went out, he got some tea, I guess. Maybe Gukesh is like, okay, I'm going towards 18, I should start drinking coffee. I'm in Europe.
Yeah, you are right. I mean, I've never seen him drinking coffee as such. But at the same time, Amruta, these are long games, and generally players bring with them some things to keep up their energy for 5.5 hours. And also this 30 minutes increment after move 40 really helps you if you have a position like what Gukesh has. You know, advantage, you can convert it very smoothly. You never really botch it up because of time trouble. So it's a very good time control. I think many people say that this should be the time control for even world championships or candidates. You know, it seems like the
Oh yeah,
Sort
for
of.
sure. I mean, it's just too long of a game. 50
the current
minutes
one,
and
yes. It has 90 minutes plus 50 minutes plus 20 minutes, right? Or
yeah, I mean, Magnus showed his endgame skills because of that. But
yes, in the game
now,
6 against Nepo. True. Actually, I think Gukesh is considering whether he should defend his pawn here with g6 or should he go rook d7. But let's try to think, what is he considering? Maybe he's thinking that there's a move like rook a4. If you go g5, then the bishop takes on f5. You know,
but
attacking
still,
here.
rook c1 check. Or
Because
rook,
if you take this, I can take and then maybe just chop this. There could be some drawing chances here because you've taken a lot of
yeah,
pawns.
you wouldn't like to enter into this.
But maybe you go check, as you rightly pointed out, king g2. And now there could be an idea of
No, I was saying rook.
taking here because then
Yeah.
you can take this guy. And also then there's a check threat
But bishop
here.
b5, rook takes a7.
Yeah.
Then you are saying that you have bishop c6 check.
Yeah, check here, and this looks like the king, as you said, this one getting very, very bad.
Yeah, king h2, rook h1 mate was there.
But this can be, this is what I think Gukesh is calculating, because in such lines, this is hanging, and you really don't want to get into a position where you are,
You're calculating because I
Yeah.
think for him this position is something which doesn't need much calculation.
there you have
Yes,
it, rook
rook
d7
d7.
on the board. Gukesh doing it very carefully, trading pieces when ahead in material is a well-known theme, and he's doing it in the right way. Taiwan is
Rook
moving his
A4
rook,
maybe.
it seems. Oh, rook
Rook
b4.
b4.
He was ready with this idea, rook b4. But now, Amruta, this is getting sharp, and this is very interesting because rook b4, you're going to go g5 now. I think as Gukesh, you want to go g5.
I would say that first do you want to add rook c1 check or not?
King g2. And then you want to. But I think you can play that at any point, right? So let's go g5 first.
And the same thing, bishop f5.
Yes.
But then the rook is not on a4, which is a great advantage. You give rook c1 check here. Yeah?
Rook c1, I was thinking, Amruta, maybe rook d1 check. And now you have two moves going up, king g2, king g1.
King h2.
Sorry, king h2, king g2, king h2. And rook c5. And this is hanging and this is hanging.
Oh, what a nice double attack. Rook c5 is a cute move.
Yeah.
In fact, wherever you go, right? If you go king g2, still the same problem. You're losing a piece.
Yes, I think the same issue with rook c5 persists.
So you can't play bishop f5.
But the question now is, Amruta, that if you had gone check with the other rook, then after I play my king to, let's say, g2,
You don't have
now
rook
I don't
d5.
have rook d5.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why you have to start with this check. And for Gukesh, this is all calculation, hardcore calculation, where he has to play g5 attack the knight. Knight cannot move because this is hanging. Only logical move is to take on f5. Then you give a check. King goes to g2 or h2. You go rook c5 and you're basically winning a piece here. And then you are a rook up.
And then it's resign. I mean, if Gukesh plays g5, he
Wait,
would have calculated
Wait,
this.
there's more. Amruta, it's not over. Bishop g4, hitting the rook. So this is not easy. Oh, this is actually very complicated now, right? It's not even easy to calculate this. So Thai-Taiwan is actually, I think as Gukesh doesn't shy away from such challenges, so maybe he is calculating g5, but maybe a very smart thing to do is just play g6 and
No,
say,
why g6? I was thinking of rook c5, prophylaxis.
yes, but then you, yeah. Maybe
I've supported
I
f5.
will-
My threat is very straightforward with g5.
But
You need
h4
to.
now, I keep my knight. So then maybe you have, white has some stability. Some. I'm not saying like a lot, but
But I mean, it's not as
yes.
like you
So
still
no,
need
like
to be very
G5
careful.
is like you either win or it's a very, very forcing line.
Yeah.
So you let's continue our journey on this calculation. Check.
Bishop f5.
King
And let's try to see
G2.
what Gukesh is thinking. After king g2, do you think rook c5 is the first consideration
Yes.
for him?
Yes, because otherwise the rook is hanging. And what else? No, like you could go rook ba. Oh, you can go rook ba. Like Amruta, another plan is to just take on b5.
No, he won't give the b5 pawn. So let's say a4 here.
No, but knight is hanging.
Knight is hanging. I forgot.
Yeah, so that's
about
not
that.
easy. So let's say rook c5, then I go bishop g4. That's also one line to consider. Rook d2, and then if you save the knight, let's say knight, I don't know, e6 perhaps.
Yeah.
Then there is rook c2 which has to be considered, but also rook takes b5, and bishop is coming to c6 next.
Yeah, rook b5. If I exchange one rook as
Yes.
you have showed, I'm very
Yes.
happy with that a pawn there
Yes.
because that should become a passer.
See,
he
he
goes
went
g6.
G6,
You
yes.
were completely right.
He didn't because when you are winning, you don't want to take undue risks actually. But an engine would have easily played g5 here. But that's the difference between an engine and human.
Hey, is he now threatening rook c3?
Yes, maybe rook c3 is possible. I think Thai-Taiwan will just go h4 first. Oh, he goes a4. He's also playing quickly. Yeah? He's not waiting. He has 14 minutes on the clock.
Because I thought rook c3 was a direct threat. That's the point. Well, even now rook c3, why not? Because the bishop, where is it going to go?
Yeah.
And at some point, it's clear that the black bishop wants to be on that beautiful, long, light square diagonal.
Yes, that's for sure. It wants to come in here, a4, and you said rook c3, but then where does this bishop go? Because now I'm threatening to take. So bishop f1, maybe bishop e2, possible moves.
But then rook d2.
Rook d2, rook c2.
Of course, not something which you can enjoy after 40 moves. Sitting there alone, one board for masters, I don't know how many for other.
We can actually check what's happening in the challengers while we are looking at this.
You have the games
Yes,
here?
let's look at the challengers. We have a few results. Let's see first.
Let's do a roundup of 5 boards.
Five
if we
boards.
can get for the challengers, that would be beautiful.
All the games are over actually for them. So we have again only one decisive game today. And so we had, this is the Masters by the way, and in the Masters we had 3 draws, 1 win for Maksudlu, who we are still waiting for. I hope he's there around. or did he leave? Because we got to know that he was
Maksudlu
analyzing.
played a tactical idea. He's like,
Maksudlu not only escaped Pragnananda, but he also escaped the interview. But yes.
no, I think as far as I know, Maksudlu, he loves analyzing. We also
Yeah.
saw in Chennai, like whatever would happen for many hour, in a way hour, I think they would analyze.
Yes, he and Aronian actually analyzed a lot after their game. But yeah, Maksudlu is the only winner today.
Also,
and
he, in Bundesliga where he played the 3 games, one of the game he lost with Dotov.
Oh, he lost there with
And
Dotov.
Dotov is such a famous, of course you
Yes.
would know him, such a player, strong, 60-year-old now, but classy player. So they analyzed, and it's always nice to analyze with such top class grandmasters and players who were in their era at the top without using the
Yes.
engine.
Dotov also, I think, was a very well-known trainer, not just a player. So yeah, here we have Korobov drew with Rebek. He was the leader of the tournament because he was the only one who won yesterday with Vaishali. Vaishali has had a very bad start to this event. He's lost both her games. Today she lost to Edis Gurel in what looks like a brutal attack on her king. And then Santos Latasa drew with Stalmack. Finek, a very young talent from Czech Republic, very strong player, drew with Erwin Lamy. And Rodstein and Abhimanyu Mishra drew their game. So this is how the 5 games were. None of the games are going on. I think in fact we have had less decisive games in challenges than the Masters. Just 2 decisive games in 10 games.
Actually, and do you also have futures? Just
Yes, let's have a look.
If you have them.
Yes, I have the games. It seems we have Sisku and Guntaka still playing, but I think Sisku is winning there on the first board. Just rook and bishop, so like a lot of material up. Ansh Nerurkar has won his game.
But look at the time when he won. 1 hour 32 minutes.
No, the game actually ended very quickly, it seems. Yeah, they both were playing very fast. And that's what happens when you have these youngsters. This is also an opportunity for them to learn, not just playing games and all, but how to use their time. They also do interviews after their games. So like they are like playing a top tournament for their level. And then we have Stara versus Markina. I guess that game is still
White
in progress.
is progressing, but black has such a bad bishop.
No,
that
white will win
white
that.
will
Yes,
win with that
white
knight.
will win this. Stara will maybe win this. Then we have Breznina, who won the game. Very nice tactic at the end against Jakubse, just deflecting the rook. And in the end, there is Peglau, who lost to Andre Tamas. Andre is actually the top seed of the tournament. So this is how the futures section was. Let's go to the game of Gukesh, who is right now, Thai 1 is about to make his move. I don't know.
Yeah, they had one move played, both of them, actually.
What did Gukesh do? He went after a4, rook c d8.
He doubled.
Yeah, and Thai 1 is thinking.
Okay, clearly rook d3 is a direct threat.
Yes.
So where do you move your bishop? You don't want to go bishop c4 because rook d4 and
Yeah, that's a nasty
unwanted pin.
That's
Yeah.
a nasty pin here. But there, maybe knight e6 business, but you have a check. So instead of bishop c4, maybe bishop e2 makes a lot of sense. Just moving
you
my
stop
bishop.
rook d1 as well.
Yeah.
And then rook d2 with the idea
No,
of
Amrita. Now let's ask our viewers here. What would you play as black? A nice move, just in the spirit of what we want to achieve. Yes, rook d4, fantastic. Just trade the rooks, and then otherwise the a4 pawn falls. And I've been very much keen that Gukesh trades rooks.
Yeah. Oh, this idea, just keep exchanging one rook.
Oh, he's played bishop c4 because I think, Amrita, yes, there will be some kind of a pin here, but it's also the fact that you don't trade rooks. Also, knight e6 does exist to show off your rook.
Like
Yeah.
for Gukesh, he's fixated on exchanging that rook. That's the
But
key.
he yeah.
Which is good. I
Check,
mean,
king h2, and now rook d4. Maybe this is how he does it, no? Like, bring your other rook.
yeah, I was even thinking of rook c1 actually instead of rook d4.
Mm-hmm.
With the idea of both possibilities, rook d4 and rook d1.
You also want to sort of attack here. I just want to get this bishop somehow into the game. It's limited by my own pawns on this side and limited by my opponent's pawn on this side.
That's like the futures. They want to become the top players, and they are fighting for it.
Yes. The bishop on e8. Yes, hopefully it will have a good future there.
The rook on d8 is the challenger, and the rook on d7 is the master. But rook d4 is a nice move, and Gukesh has so many. It's like a buffet there.
Also, Gukesh is calculating without looking at the board, and this is a very, very typical thing you see in top players, that they prefer to calculate without looking at the board many times.
And the maximum time, I have seen somebody not looking at the board is Arjun.
Mm-hmm.
He just doesn't look at his board.
Or even Ivanchuk for that matter.
Ivanchuk, even Gelfand in Aeroflot, he would make a move and he is just walking and then he's thinking.
In
He
fact,
walks so fast.
Amruta, I remember once I was playing in Mumbai and there was Michael Krasenko who was playing there, and he would just not sit in his chair. So like, be it his move, he would, if it is his opponent's move, he's walking. The moment his opponent makes a move, he would come and he would make his move and get up and sort of walk. And he was all the time thinking. He was all the time thinking about what had to be done in the position. So right now, bishop c4, and we're waiting for Gukesh to make a move.
Oops.
Maybe till Gukesh makes a move, I guess we can quickly have a look at Parham, how he won, because it was very surprising for me that Pragnananda just completely collapsed. Rook f5, he went b4, pawn takes, rook takes.
They are able to see?
Yes, rook takes b2 is hanging here, and then after queen g4, which was a very nice move here by Parham, threatening rook g3 and mate on g7, and if you try to defend it, there's mate on g8. That was his idea. So rook went back, he brought his rook in, queen d7, which was the mistake according to the engines, and king h1. I think this was the move which completely threw.
I don't know if the people are able to see. You're able to see. So only our
Prague actually completely collapsed here by playing his knight to e6, because the thing was, if you notice, this could have been a threat. If you take here, it's a mate on g8.
Yeah.
But the problem was that the queens were getting traded, and so queen takes, rook takes, and then this position is kind of equal. But the moment he played rook f6, here knight e6 in this position, suddenly the queens can no longer be traded, and so he just took rook f6. It was such a blind spot for Prague, and it's just over because e6 is hanging. He can't take here because g8 is mate, and
also the kind of position which he had, he was building up, he had beautiful squares, his knights were superior in so many ways. In 2-3 moves, slowly the shift, the transition, it's hard to believe that white would get such a better position suddenly.
No,
and then at that point of time, you have so less time to even accept that you are the one on the defending side.
Yes, and time did play a role, but also the way in which Maksudlu kept going.
Brilliant. It was such a brilliant thing today, what we saw.
Fantastic
because he had only that one thing, f6.
True.
And he found it at the right time. He was able to use that.
I agree. And by the way, Gukesh has also found this nice maneuver of first checking with the other rook here to d1 and then bringing his, as you said, the challenger's rook here, pinning, because now if knight e6, then we can
e4.
go rook
No?
e4, which seems like a very logical
no,
move.
knight c5. 1 second. If you go rook e4,
Yeah.
what if knight c5?
You want knight c5.
Okay, maybe just go rook d2 then. Or is there bishop f7?
By the way, there is, yeah, bishop f7 is just such an epic move, Amruta. Well
Wow.
spotted, because take, and now there is a pin here and you are losing material by force. But there is an absolutely stunning move here. Let's see if our viewers can find this. Black to play not bishop f7, but something totally offbeat. And I think such moves are just so difficult to find.
The happiness giving moves, yeah?
Yeah, it's just impossible, I would say, in a way, but still, let's see.
That's a nice way to encourage.
No, somewhere.
Huh? I have a message.
Producer Ji, if we can. Thank you. The move here, which by the way, knight e6 has been played, huh? Oh, it's played. It's played. Okay, if Gukesh plays this, I simply sort of end the stream and go away. Yeah, like I don't believe him.
But have the people over here found it? You should not tell, Sagar.
Yes.
Be patient.
Yeah, I'll be
This is
patient
like
here, but
how much ever time we take, even more than how much longer Vidit played
but
yesterday.
no, he might make the move. Yeah, we should.
Yeah, I mean, if Gukesh plays it before anybody from the room, that's different.
A5. Wow. What's your good name? Marcus has found A5 here, which is such a stunning move, because if you take en passant, it frees up the c6 square. It's mate in 3.
Beautiful, man. That is so amazing.
Yeah, that's game over.
Amazing.
So,
and if you move the rook, that's gone. Then
you
c4
lose
is
c4,
gone.
and then if you take here, now suddenly you don't have en passant because the move has passed. Yeah, the rules of chess don't allow it, and you lose the piece. Move to end the game. Yeah.
Yeah. And Gukesh will be so happy about it. I mean, in the whole game, he would say A5 I found.
A5 will make him come.
Oh my god, he
Oh.
plays it!
Nice.
Yeah, wow.
That's a good move by Gukesh. Fantastic chess. Being
No,
alert.
this is too
You
good.
know, being alert of the entire possibilities on the board. That's what Gukesh did, because, you know, it's not like there were not other moves. You can just move your rook away. But A5 is...
And he's shocked. Guen is kind of shocked. Of course, he
he's
did not
shocked,
expect
and also
it.
Gukesh gets up from the chair, and you know, like, this is the kind of move you want to make and get up from the chair, because then you know your opponent has no way to, there's no move left.
Wow, it is so pretty. I mean, maybe a resignation I'm expecting, or how,
Maybe.
what do you think?
Yeah, I think maybe he can just try, like, for example, he can take and then move the rook back.
Okay,
and
tell me AB4, knight D4, AB4.
Yeah, there's not
No
even
point.
B6 because there's check and you can block with the bishop. So, yeah, or bring the rook.
Beautiful. Or even rook B4 was possible.
Yeah.
Because B7 always
true.
there is a check.
True. So, yes, maybe it's a
A5 is a classy
A5 is
move.
a very nice move. You know, sometimes we get very excited, and then when we get like Gukesh here and we say, Gukesh, you found A5, and he's like, yeah,
Yeah, what's the big
no
deal?
big deal. Yeah, I just for me, I saw it 3-4 moves ago.
But today I think here he is happy at this point.
Yes,
For
because
A5
he's walking there, and you know, he's coming to the board, watching it.
And who knows, maybe he was actually looking at it a little while ago.
Yes, quite possible.
But I seriously, if
I know
we have
Thai Daiwan's
Gukesh,
expression is like, wow, that's a nice move. That's how-
sometimes you feel appreciation even for your opponent's
True.
idea.
True.
Oh, he makes a
He
move very
takes the
quickly.
rook. Yeah, I mean now it's, and Gukesh has to also. I guess taking the
Yeah.
knight is better.
Yeah,
You
he
don't
took it.
take this one. Yeah. So take here. Take this. I mean, in some ways, Amruta, you can go rook back, rook c4, and maybe rook d1, trying to play this endgame. But I mean, this is just,
King g7, no?
yeah, king g7. Slowly, it will collapse. Yeah.
Yeah. Bishop down. That's too much. No, I think maybe a move, 1 or 2 moves he will play. Not more than that.
Yeah, and maybe we can then try and get Gukesh here if we can in our studio to end today, because yeah, it's been a very exciting day of chess. Again, 2 decisive games.
Also, if you see some of the draws or draws which are happening, they
Yeah.
also have a lot of flavor in them. Then they are ending in a draw.
Yes, no short draws for sure until now.
Yeah.
Does that mean that today now Gukesh becomes India number 1? with
Oh, if
this?
he wins,
Because-
what would be the
yeah, it all the time
situation?
keeps changing. Yes.
Yeah, for India right
because,
now the
because
phase
Prague
is,
had become India number 1 yesterday, and then he lost today, so he will lose some rating points. Then Gukesh now goes up.
Maybe you can check.
You will see. It's not a big thing. Yeah, like now, at first when
For the
Gukesh
first
did-
time when it happened, it was a big
did
thing.
surpass Anand. 37 years of being on number 1 spot in published ratings. That was a big moment for sure. But then since then, there have been many ups and downs.
But actually, today Gukesh's opponent's rating is 2.6 something, right? So he won't. How many points will
You
he
get
you think?
generally 3.5 points.
So I'm not sure because he has 2746.7, which he has 2750.9. So he needs at least more than 4 points.
Right.
So it might be on the edge.
Amruta really getting into the maths mode there.
Oh, by the way, very important is Arjun is right now in live rating list India number 2.
Yes, Arjun Erigaisi is also gone to Shenzhen, and in fact from tomorrow starts this another super tournament in China with Arjun Erigaisi, Anish Giri, Artemiev, Dubov.
Wow.
It's a
What
very
a tournament.
strong event starting in Shenzhen. So I think a lot of people.
Will Ding be playing?
No, Ding is not playing, nor is Wei from China, but there are a few local GM, like slightly lower rated GMs who are playing. But Thaidaiwan is now just thinking what is the best way for him to continue this game, which looks like there isn't any good way.
Sometimes the A5 move is sinking in right now. No, like. But for sure, today is not going to be a long day like yesterday.
No. Now it's,
That's
I
for
think in
sure.
the next 5 minutes this game gets over.
In comparison, in the first 2 days, we have seen less of D4s and C4s. I think E4 has topped
Yeah,
the move.
E4 has been the one of the main lines, main openings played. And Amruta, should we have a quick look at what are the pairings for tomorrow?
I can let you know, of course.
Yeah, let's see if what can we have in store for tomorrow, because tomorrow there's going to be also some exciting games. There is.
Yes, tomorrow we have Northerbek versus Navar. Oh wow, we have it over
Oh,
here. And
beautiful.
also
Thank
the
you.
video. By the way, he makes the move.
Rook b1.
When Thai goes Rook b1.
Gukesh chops off the piece. King goes to f1. And now can we just you can't take, yeah, like
Maybe we can look at the board
yeah.
only.
Yeah, let's look at the board and then come back to this very interesting pairings. If I take on a4 now, suddenly the game is drawn.
Because you go b6.
And
Because
this
the bishop c6 threat is stopped.
Yeah.
after king f1.
No, king f1, so we can't take the pawn.
Okay, what happens for rook b4, ab4, a5, not a5, still king
B6.
e2, you wouldn't want to
B6,
enter in there, right?
No, look, this is interesting actually. Rook b4 takes.
That's a
takes
mistake.
b6, right? I
Wow.
was thinking. Oh, but b6.
Bishop c6,
There is bishop c6, a4.
a5, b3,
No. b3.
because you don't have a6.
I
give a
was
check.
also thinking if we can just stop it like this, the pawns. But the main problem here
Yeah, what's the problem?
is that king e2. White brings his king and wins this pawn, and then winning this will be very tough. So maybe not rook b4.
Oh, he resigned.
What did you
Rook c4 was played by.
No, king
after-
g7. He was bringing his king in.
Gukesh
and-
is in no hurry.
And the thing is, after b6, he was just going to go back and defend. So in that way, Gukesh was winning without much of,
He's telling something.
drama there. But yeah, Gukesh and Thaidaiwan start to analyze. And Gukesh actually now joins Nodirbek in the second position in this tournament with 1.5 out of 2. We have had Parham, who is the sole leader, 2 out of 2. And then 2 players on 1.5, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then many on one then in that case.
If Gukesh comes here, I'll ask him first question, how did it feel to play a5 move?
Exactly.
And my expectation is that he might say it was normal.
No, I really liked when I saw the move. I was very happy. I
You
he
think
was-
that's what he says? Okay.
But it would be great if we can get Gukesh here. For that move, it's really important.
Yes.
Very building.
By the
But
way, we did
yeah,
have
the
results
pairings.
on the screen. If we can have
Yeah.
them again, we can read it out. So we had Parham. Oh, this is standings. Parham on 2. This is the results. Draw between Rapport and Bartel. Vidit and Nodirbek draw. Nawara and Vincent Keimer drew. And then we had Parham beating Prague and Gukesh beating Thaidaiwan Nguyen. And yeah, the standings. Let's have a look at them. In the standings, we have Parham leading, then 2 players on 1.5, Nodirbek and Gukesh, Vidit, Nawara, Richard, Prague on 1, Bartel and Vincent on half, and Thaidaiwan has still to get off the mark here, which is going to be quite important.
And the pairings for tomorrow.
Yeah, let's have a look at the
check.
pairings. So it's Nodirbek versus David Nawara, 2 unbeaten players here, right? Nodirbek on 1.5, Nawara on 1, 2 draws for him. Gukesh versus Vidit, the battle of 2 candidates will be interesting to
that
follow.
would be cool.
That would be very interesting. Bartel versus Thaidaiwan, this is also an important battle because they both are the bottom 2 seeds in the tournament.
And Thaidaiwan would really be looking forward to, you know,
To at least get a draw here and get
But
going.
he's black, so it won't be an easy task.
And then we have Prague versus Rapport, which will be exciting.
Yeah, because today's game could also affect, Prague, because it kind of changed drastically, so it was
Yeah.
a big emotional turmoil there.
But I think the game of the day tomorrow will be Vincent versus Parham, because firstly, Parham is in the sole lead. Secondly, Vincent faced a loss to him at an important game in the Bundesliga recently, where Baden-Baden and Fierheim took on each other. So,
And thirdly, Vincent is finally getting white
Yes.
tomorrow.
Will Vincent kind of make a comeback and beat Parham tomorrow is the big question. So that's what we have from here. Producer Ji, do we have Gukesh joining? And if we have him here, would be great to go over the game. Otherwise, Amruta, it has been a very, very exciting day of chess.
Oh, totally.
For you, the
Well, which would be the game of the day, guys? You should go
Oh,
and
yes.
vote for the game of the day. Right now is a very good time to do that. We can have the
PragueChessFestival.com/voting. Go there and choose your favorite game and you can vote for it. And
Yeah.
of course, if you are in and around Prague, please do visit Hotel Don Giovanni here. Not only do you get to sort of meet the masters, follow the commentary here, but an open tournament is also going on where there are several strong grandmasters and players who have come. In fact, there are a lot of well-known streamers who have come across the world. We have the Botes sisters here, we have Dina Belenkaya, we have many more players who are here. So it's actually very exciting. This place is bumbling with energy.
Yeah, today when I went down, Sagar, there was this demo board and there was a position set, and of course I had a lot to do. I've taken a photo of that position later, but it's just so nice just to position set up over there for people walking by. They can try to think and solve. There's a book besides there from which the position was set up. It's really nice, yeah.
Solving competition.
Is
Ah,
it-
that is a
Oh, it's a mate in
Did
two
you get the answer for mate in two?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
And,
wonderful.
you can submit your answer to an email connected to the organizers. and
I
they
will
will
actually then put it up on our social media that this mate in two is there. I guess it might be done by Yochanan Afek, who's going to be here.
Wow, is he going to be
He's going to be
here?
here
That
and
is
he's doing the
amazing.
solving contest, which is happening maybe tomorrow in a couple of days.
yeah.
There is a solving
Because
contest here.
he has written many books, and his recent one, Practical Chess Beauty, was
Yeah, it's a
full of
fantastic
studies. Very good book, for sure.
Okay, so
I will check if we have an update. Is Gukesh
oh,
going
maybe
to
we
join
can
us?
take a break and then we can see if Gukesh is here. Otherwise, we will just come and end this. So, guys, see you all in a couple of minutes. Joining us in the studio is the man of the day, Parham Maksudlu, the sole leader of the tournament. Parham, what a win, first of all. And then you were analyzing until now.
Yes, I think Prague is the guy who I really enjoy to play against him, and I think we both have like same behavior after lose. We want to just learn from it, and okay, it's good that he wanted to analyze, and I also wanted to analyze, and it's good that he accepted, because I think it was very interesting game, and of course we had like many different thoughts that we could share after the game, so it was nice for me.
Beautiful. That's wonderful to know that in this age where people go back to their room and check engines, that you still find value in analyzing with your opponent.
Yes, because I mean we have different minds, and I mean at some moments we just completely like have different opinions about the position. So it is nice to just get each other. I mean get the point of each other from the position.
Brilliant. Well, I want to go to this moment in the game where you played this move F3. Take us through your thought process, because I guess
knew
knight F3 was normal.
I mean, this F3 looks very ugly move, but in general, I was upset that I didn't check this move knight BD7 in the opening, because I believe it's not a good move. I mean, after
Knight
queen
C6
B3,
is the main move.
after I think knight C6 is the probably only move to equalize. I mean, knight BD7, I'm sure, okay, it's solid, but doesn't equalize. And I was upset of myself that I didn't check this move, because when you prepare something, you're waiting for your opponent mistake, and then you can catch him. But I mean, he made a mistake so early in the game, and I didn't know what to play. So I mean, this was on my nerve like all the time. So that's why I couldn't make good decisions.
That's why you played this move F3 just so
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to play something weird, like that's it. Yeah.
And one question was, if he had gone knight B D5, were you a little bit worried about this move? Or
No, I wanted E4.
E4?
Yes.
Sorry, first H6, sorry.
Yes, bishop H4.
And now knight D5.
Yes, this I saw. I think I wanted to play queen D2. Yeah, queen D2, I think.
Queen D2.
Yes. Or bishop F2, I mean, both.
And then you are okay with.
I mean, of course, this F3 looks very stupid, but I mean, I didn't like my position. I was so upset that I am in the position that I'm sure that black is completely fine, and I couldn't make any problem for him. But I mean, he made the game simple for me with this kind of playing like E5. I mean, at least I had some hopes.
This is not a simple position, yeah. This one is quite tough to play as white.
Tough to play as white, but I had some hopes, because I knew that this is unbalanced structure, and it's always in these structures like some potential, some dynamic potential. I was waiting for his mistake to use this potential.
When you played F5, what was your assessment in the position?
I thought it's like 0.5 for black. I mean, but it was my only chance to create some counterplay.
And
I mean, in general, I think my problem was not to play this position. My problem was yesterday when I was preparing. I could have done much better when I was preparing. I cannot.
How long did you think about this?
I mean,
like
all the
throughout
game. Okay, only maybe last 10 moves which I got a promising position. I was not thinking about this because I wanted to play good. Okay, it's not professional to think about your mistakes like the whole game, but I mean, also it's not professional not to prepare well in this level.
Yes.
So I mean, you should really care about this.
Today it worked out for you.
Okay, luckily he went.
Also, one more
went
question,
wrong for
Sagar.
him at some point.
Before Queen G3, like at any point of time, were you even considering ideas of G4, G5, or you were very sure that?
I was considering, but I said, okay, G4, G5. Let's say here your opponent is on G4. Yeah, I mean it's even white to move. You play G5. okay, rook d8, what's next? f6, like, okay, queen moves, okay, fg7, king g7. This is the best you can get, and then what? Like, knight e6, knight f4 is coming, like, and this knight on h3 doesn't move. That's why g4 looks very stupid to me. I thought, okay, after queen g3, at least I have some straight plan with knight f2, knight g4. Okay, here actually, I mean, I knew that engine shows that black is better, but over the board I had some practical chances, like some.
So here your idea was move the queen, get the rook.
I mean,
here.
my idea was first to play h3 and then f6, queen h4.
Which is
And
what you
I really count on this knight on h6. I mean, I thought this will save my.
But there was one thing. Why didn't you go here? Knight f5, yeah, like sorry, when you went rook f5 at this point, why not knight f5? What was stopping you from making this move?
But I didn't understand what's the plan after knight f5. Like, what am I doing? Because rook f5, at least I wanted rook h5 and then move the knight. And I think with one more rook in the attack, it should be better to play knight f5. Because I couldn't see the way that he can stop me from playing rook h5, knight f5.
Right, but he went b4, which was actually quite a practically interesting move.
I mean, he
Yeah,
had
what
to
were
do
you-
something. Yeah?
What were you calculating for rook f5? Was there any main concern for rook f5?
I mean, not really. I mean, this is not the kind of position that you have to calculate. This is just like you just go attack with all pieces and then you will calculate that. I mean, it's like a puzzle rush. Yeah, you just go with all the pieces to attack and then you will have some tactics. I mean, okay, exactly happened in the game. Yeah? He missed rook f6, but it's huge pressure on black here.
You know,
Like, he
Vincent
was low on
here.
time. It's 30 seconds and he can do many mistakes. Yeah.
Vincent was here with us when this was happening, and he said it would be wise for Prague to actually sort of play knight c4 and take a draw here.
But here I would play knight f5. I'm not sure if it's draw.
Knight c4?
You would continue, yes?
Yes, knight f5 and then rook ef3. I think still very.
Oh, you
good.
had no thought of draw in mind.
No, I mean actually after here I thought he can make a draw with knight d2. But
yeah.
yes, and knight d2, rook e3, knight c4. This is like I cannot do anything.
But he
after
also wants to
he,
win.
he wanted to win, and I understood. But after b5, I mean, I was playing without any fear here. Like, I was sure that it's no chance to lose this position.
Wow.
Like, it was such a big counterplay in my mind. Like with knight on h6, like always so many mating threats. So I thought, okay, I will never lose this game.
Your intuition was very strong for this.
Yeah, I was after f6. I was super happy with my position. I think he just underestimated a bit.
And rook g3, queen d7, and here king h1.
Yeah, I know it's okay. I was also low on time. I played this move less than 1 minute on the clock, and I just didn't want to get into tricks. I mean, I knew I have a very good attack, but okay, king. If I play king h2, there's always some knight f1. I mean, not here, but I mean, I have to. Let's say my plan is to play rook h5, knight f5 to have this good attack on h7. But after king h2, I can never move the rook. This is my problem. That's why I play king h1. But I mean, it's always very hard to make this decision for the king. Like in all positions, it's very difficult. I mean, even in some position, like even knight was not on d2, engine was trying maybe king f1. Like you can never know what engine suggests in this kind of position.
Even queen g4 was a very classy move actually.
I mean, after the game, we discussed a lot about this position, and I think rook g3 is the best.
Yes.
And rook g3.
Actually, rook f2 was very.
Okay, rook
powerful
f3. I mean,
Yeah,
I
rook
never
f2 is
think about rook
impossible.
f3
Yeah, it's a
because
back.
I played rook f5. Rook f2 looks very dubious.
Yeah, it's not a human.
Yes, of course.
It's,
But you were considering queen g4 and rook g3. Rook g3.
Rook g3. Actually, I saw that after rook g3, knight ce4, rook g4, knight. Let's say knight c3. I have rook f6. I mean, this I saw, and this is very brilliant because after rook g4, I can play rook f8, king g7, rook g8. I think this is just brilliant, yeah. And I saw this, I calculated this that I'm winning, but I didn't play rook g3 But maybe, I mean, maybe Queen G4 is better, I don't know. But Rook G3, after the game, we couldn't.
In time pressure,
find
it looks more.
Yeah, it looks just killing, yeah. But okay, I mean, Queen G4 also looks
nice.
very
Nice move.
natural move.
And you didn't even think for a bit, yeah, like when he played knight.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this was my trap after king. I thought, okay, is it possible for him to play knight e6? Okay, I say, yeah, there are some hopes that he play, but after he play, okay, first actually I thought, what did I miss? And then I rechecked the position. Okay, Rook f6 is winning.
Amazing. Well, Parham, you are on 2 out of 2 sole lead. You came from Bundesliga where you won a crucial game against Vincent.
Yes.
Tomorrow you play with him again. Tomorrow he's your opponent. Any thoughts about it?
I didn't know that I play against him tomorrow.
No, we were
But,
discussing when Vincent was here.
I think, yeah, it will be a very interesting game for sure because he's also very young and he plays fighting chess. I always enjoy against this kind of players. So I think it will be very, very interesting game.
And I think from you lost some rating recently, but now you are getting back there. Yeah, you are in the flow again upwards.
Yeah, I mean, if one bad tournament can happen for everyone, it's just important not to lose the track because, I mean, I think in any best player career was some bad tournament for sure. And okay, for me was this Vicon Z, which I believe I played very, very good chess. At least in some games I really deserved to win and I didn't win. But okay, what to do? I mean, I couldn't stop and wait to see my rating just go down. So I tried very hard and I think the results are coming.
Finally, like I always enjoy asking you some open-ended question. My last question for today is, what's your aim for this year particularly?
For this year, I mean, okay, it's more likely a joke, but my plan was to win all games.
Like, no, that's why I like to ask you this question. Because
yeah, I was thinking, okay, I'm doing workout every day. I'm doing training like every day, at least like 7 hours to 10 hours. So why I shouldn't win all games? I was like this, but okay, it won't happen for sure.
We remember your interview where you had mentioned in the very beginning that you would work for 18 hours a day,
Yeah, really.
18 to 20 hours a day.
After this failure in
But
Tata
this
Steel, I
is
started
amazing.
again to work like this, and I feel very good.
yeah, and maybe winning all the games may not happen because,
Yes, of
but
course.
at least that's the aim with which you are playing.
I mean, that's the spirit.
That's the
that
spirit
you
with
want.
which
Yeah.
you are playing. Wow, that's wonderful to know, Parham. Thank you always for joining us, playing inspiring chess, fun chess. It's so much fun to follow your games as commentators because whenever we go to your board, something's happening.
Some fire on the board.
Some fire on the board. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And see you soon.
See you.
All the best for
Yeah,
tomorrow.
for you too. Goodbye.
And guys, with this, we will end today's broadcast. It has been a wonderful day, a very, very exciting day of chess. Parham Maksudlu, what a chess lover he is. Played for close to 4 hours, analyzed for 1.5 hours, then came and did this interview. Now we'll go to the gym, then we'll have his dinner, then we'll prepare tomorrow for his opponent. Wow, that's the life of a professional chess player there for you.
And it's always fun to hear his thoughts. Is in such a honest and authentic.
Yes.
When he comes, he shares everything what he has calculated, what he has thought. I think it's wonderful to have him here.
Yeah, we are lucky to have a player like Parham fighting in every tournament, uncompromising chess. He's the sole leader of the Masters. Tomorrow, the next round will begin at 3 p.m. here at Hotel Don Giovanni in Prague. See you all. Take care. Bye-bye.
Stay still, still by my side. So pretty and so kind.
I love your leather eyes, reflect